We are live. Happy Sunday. Y'all come on in, come on in, come on in. How is everybody? Hope everybody's well. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody? Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's going on? Hey, hey. What's happening, congregation? Oof. Let's talk about it. We're going to give everybody the time to come in. What's going on? Hey, Angela Smith. G.A. Lovely Eyes. Kim Howard. Melendez. Colette Lucas. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. I decided I'd hit y'all off this morning, get y'all started just right. Let's get into the tomfoolery of it all. I got something there's been a few things going on, y'all. But I have had to put on my mayor's hat. It looks like every situation that any one mayor can experience, I'm getting them all in my first year. I guess that's okay. Get them passes. I won't have to worry about it no more. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody? How is everybody? Let's talk about it. Y'all ready to talk about it this morning? Because I'm ready to talk about it this morning. I thought about this thing when I first heard it. I thought about this thing, and it took me a minute to wrap my mind around a few things. And y'all know me, I like to wait. Because usually when something comes out, and if you wait a little bit, something else will come out. And if you wait a little bit, something else will come out. Ada's time. Good afternoon. Where are you, sweetheart? Kim, I've been marrying. I've been being the mayor. I've been into it with our garbage disposal company. We've been back and forth, so I went a week or two without having garbage picked up, and y'all can imagine how the people felt. But I explained to them what we were going through, and that of course it wasn't anything intentional. And I don't know, man. I feel like the people trying to fleece the people, and that's a problem for me. That's a problem for me. Sometimes when people feel like they got your back up against the wall, or they feel like they know your back is against the wall, sometimes they'll try to play you and come at you. And I just don't do well with that. I just don't do well with that. I'm all for finding another way. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Absolutely, Kim. I'm so glad to be here. Good morning, good afternoon. Where are you guys at? Sweden. Ada, Sweden. Well, welcome. I'm so glad that you are here, and I hope that you enjoy us when we come together as a congregation, and or, depending on the topic we're discussing, the jury. And this morning, I need both of you. I need the congregation and I need my jury panelists, because we got to talk about this Brother Polight situation. And while everybody else is coming in, I'm going to turn on some air because I'm getting hot right by now. And it's going to be a minute that we don't talk about some things. So let's talk about it. I might talk about some other stuff too that has happened that floated around in my head, but I wanted to come on and talk about Brother Polight. Now, for those of you guys who may not be here, and before we get started, I always love to just jump into it and start talking about the mess. But let me do a little housekeeping. I'm so thankful for my loyal subscribers who remind me on a constant basis, slow down, take your time, and remind the people that as you come into the room, as you come into the live stream, please hit like and hit share. And if you are a first-time subscriber, you're not sure if you want to subscribe, no harm, no foul, just keep listening. And if you find yourself enjoying the commentary, please hit the subscribe button and hit the bell. That way, when I go live or drop a video, you guys will be notified. Okay, there's some other things I'm thinking about doing, but I got to get more control over my time because I want to be consistent if I offer some additional stuff. Okay, all right. So please, y'all, hit like, hit share. I know it's early and a lot of people don't know we're on live. So share the video and hit the like. It'll help the algorithms push the live stream out and notify more people that we are here and we are having conversation this morning. Now, y'all know I don't really like to go in and attack people personally, and I'm going to try my hardest to stay consistent with that. But this is a set of facts and circumstances. This here is a case where I might not be able to succeed at that because I got a problem. I got a serious problem with this young man. I've always had a problem with this young man, and I've been waiting on the day and the time when his arrogance and his pride and his tomfoolery was going to not only catch up to him, but catch up to him and mow his down. This is who we are talking about, guys. This guy. This guy. This guy. Brother Polight. Okay, as he is known in the conscious community. His real name is Michael Noack. Noack. N-O-A-K. Okay? Michael Noack is his real name. All right. So, that's his government name. Michael Noack is his government name. Okay, but he's known as Brother Polight in the conscious community. This, for those of you all who may not have heard of the conscious community, is a segment of the Black diaspora that believe that they have cracked the code in the conscious thought, that they can foresee, they can see through the conspiracies and the misinformation and the miseducation and all that kind of stuff. They woke. They woke. So they pride themselves on being woke but not broke. So they create a whole lot of products that they sell to people. And this is the way that they make their money to take care of themselves or to continue to push their agenda and their ideas and their thought. Okay. And Polight was one. And he prides himself on saying that he has written over 90 books. Okay. And he used to sell these things called sovereignty packages. And somehow he taught and believed that he individually and that those of us who would believe as well were sovereign. And in our sovereignty, the government, the American government, had no authority over us. They couldn't haul us into court. They couldn't do any of this stuff because we were sovereign. And the biggest problem with that lie that he pushed and others who push it like him, hey. If you are a supporter of Brother Polight in the conscious community and those individuals who agree and support the sovereignty thought, that's fine. I don't. as an attorney who has been in court with some of these individuals, have walked themselves in court spouting that mess, only to end up going out of court in handcuffs. And all of these individuals who they've spent their thousands of dollars giving their money to ain't in court with them. GA Lovely Eyes, I miss you guys too. Hey, Jay Parrish. Double T, sound like a hotel. Yes. Just a bunch of scammers selling a dream to people who are just a bunch of scammers selling a dream to people who are lost looking for an answer. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bottom line. And it's amazing because the individuals who have walked into court spouting this stuff and coming in there with whatever official legal documents that they think they got, they seem so confused. When the judge, because see, listen, there's two ways. There's two ways that when individuals who believe this come into court and state their freedom on this, there are two ways that they can be handled or treated by the court. Okay, by the judge. There's two ways. One, the judge could honestly say, I ain't in the mood for this today. I ain't in the mood for this. Dude, it's a traffic offense. Pay the fine and get on out of here. Pay the assessments, state assessments, and get on out of here. And send you along your way. And if you receive that type of treatment, you may walk out believing that, hey, this stuff works, man. I won. No, you just came into court on the right day when the judge wasn't in the mood for you and your mess, and he just let it ride. But you might walk into court one day with a judge who got time. I got time today, cuz, with a judge who has time and willing to take that time to deal with you. And what you end up doing is finding yourself being held in contempt of court, where he will sentence you to serve anywhere from 1 to 60 to 6 months in a county jail and pay a fine. Do you hear what I'm saying? Okay, and then you walk out of court with the wrong mentality in your head, and you saying it's a conspiracy against you, when no, you've just been led down the proverbial path of foolishness, and they took your money. The conspiracy that was placed upon you was done by people like Brother Polight and other individuals who sell you this foolishness. That's where the conspiracy comes in, not the justice system. And I'm not telling you that there is not some conspiracies. And of course, we know that there's systematic racism that's built into our criminal justice system. I'm not disputing that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that when you walk into court spouting all of this sovereignty stuff and you end up in jail, the conspiracy is not with the judge in the criminal justice system. The conspiracy is with the brothers who sold you that foolishness and took your money and left you out there to hang by yourself. Linda Burrs, y'all. Not in the mood. And a lot of times when you come into court, it is just that. What type of mood is the judge in today? And depending on that mood determines how everybody's day is going to go. Not just a suspect or a defendant, but the judges, the court reporter, the jurors, and everybody else. And if he don't got time, he'll get you out of his courtroom the quickest way he knows how. But if you show up and he got time for you, cuz it's not going to turn out to be good for you. And it's not the judge. It's people like Brother Polight and those other individuals who are out here lying, scamming, misleading people to believe something that's just not true. All right, Kim. Well, we're going to talk about it. Okay, I love to get those types of persons in court. They all went to jail. Listen, Linda, listen, and this is the thing, because what they walk in the court and they spout off is, because I'm sovereign and you don't have jurisdiction over me, these charges are not real. So I don't have to give you a response of guilty or not guilty. Because see, if I respond, my response then means that I have voluntarily allowed the court to take jurisdiction over me. So I'm not going to respond. And when you get in there spouting all that foolishness and the court is continually to ask you for your response and you refuse to give one, it's easy. I'm going to find you in direct contempt of court. I'm going to send you 6 months in county jail or city jail, and you're going to pay a fine of $500 or more. Plus court costs. Bottom line. And then when you try to call the number that the brothers like Polight and others have given you to call if you got any questions or concerns, and you don't get nothing but an answer machine over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Well, at that point in time, you realize that you've been scammed, but unfortunately, it is now too late. It is now too late. Been there, done that, says, I believe Brother Polight is government distraction, pushing the pedophilia agenda. Now, be there, done that, I don't understand that now. You may have to come in. If you got some information, and I don't mean information like, because I know that we, most of the time, in giving our commentary, we're giving our opinion about a set of facts that we've either read or heard out here in these YouTube streets or social media. And, so we're responding to it with our opinion. But I'm saying, I ain't thought about that. So if you're willing to come in and give us some conversation about that, let me know and I'll drop the link. Absolutely. Discussing people who are only using people who look like them to advance financial, maybe worse than the opposers, take you be the oppressors. Absolutely. Absolutely. He said on the live chat, he had a legal team. He thinks he's going to walk. He's a sick individual. Shirley Washington, that crap did not work in his courtroom. I saw this a lot. I'm a retired probationer. Absolutely, Linda Burrs. It doesn't work. It sounds good. And to individuals who are looking for a way to stick it to the man who they feel like has been sticking it to them, when you talking this talk, it sounds good and it resonates in a place in their spirit that is void and that's been hit hard by the trials and tribulations of this world. And so they're looking for any light that validates their feeling that they've been done wrong, they've been treated wrong, they've been mistreated, they've been, you name it, it's happened to them. And so when someone comes along and touches that right part in that spirit that validates them, it's an emotional connection and tie that works. And you all, it is just human nature, and then they exploit it. They're not helping you. It's an exploitation of their own people. This is what's frustrating to me. This is what's upsetting to me, because you're sitting out there espousing that you're for the community, that you're for your people, and yet you take advantage of them and mislead them. And then sit back and laugh at them. This is what I find amazing, but that's not amazing. That's not amazing. That's what a scammer does. But what's amazing to me is the individuals who see him doing this, sitting back laughing at the people. I mean, these folks cuss you out because you don't give them your hard-earned money. If you dare say that you don't believe this Hotep stuff, you get cussed out. The fundamentals of a cut. Yes, ma'am. We have to have and use discernment this time and day. Absolutely. Absolutely. So let's continue on. Let's go forward, right? So this is who Brother Polight is. He is, and I'm gonna be honest, man. At one point in time, the brother was a beast in the conscious community. He could espouse a lot of stuff, man. And if you were not grounded with some good foundational teaching and understanding and wisdom, you would jump on his horse and ride him all the way. Going right to the Old Town Road, ride till I can't no more. You would get on his horse and ride him because it sounds good. Sounds good, but it ain't. It ain't. And like most individuals who ain't right in their heart, and the Lord allows them to start making that climb upward, but they're not right in their heart. Their minds are jacked up. It's not too long. It seems long to us, but it ain't too long before pride sets in, arrogance steps in, and then the mighty fall comes. And that's exactly what's happening to Polight. It's been happening now for some time. There were people who were riding this guy, man, that was on this boy's jock. I mean, they riding him hard. Polight could do no wrong. And then when those people that were riding with Polight started saying, not necessarily cutting his head off, but saying the brother don't move as right as he should, as right as he could handle his business a little bit better than what he's doing. Those became cracks, right? You had people that were telling that Polight was a scammer, that they had sent their money and ordered his products and never got them. When you called him and asked him for the money, all it was a runaround. You're never going to get it. And then the people who were working with him, who were supporting him, started backing up off him. These are cracks. Then he got to the place where he just decided that he had to be seen by everybody. And everybody needed to know what he had, right? So he started posting all these pictures about with him being at basketball games with floor seats and who he was running with, and Floyd Mayweather and all of these people that Kevin Hart that he's taking pictures with, because he's in the place to be with the people you need to be with. And if you look at some of those pictures, the folks in them look like hostages. Oh, Lord. I don't want to be here, but I'm stuck. Listen. Listen. Listen, he wanted to be seen, and he had to show you the women he was with, who looked like, I don't know these ladies, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm just saying their appearance, what it looks like. Based on my life experience, they look like hoes. Porn star representatives. When really all these women were straw men. That's it. These were individuals that he would use to put businesses in and use these ladies to launder money through. That's it. And as soon as these sisters found out what was really going on, they skedaddled. That's why he keep getting new ones. He don't have 10 wives. He don't have 100 wives. He rotating them in and rotating them out, baby. He keeps about 4 of them at a time. The Western Union scam he got caught in, and then and did a Donald Trump and tried to flip the script and make it seem like he was being abused by the police. Did a whole press conference in front of the courthouse. Have you heard of anything else from that situation? No, you have not heard anything else about it. You wonder why? Because it was made up. It was a way to try to distract from the fact that we almost got you. We almost got you, Brother Polight. We almost got you with this one. So to distract, here we go. Now, if you did not know, Brother Polight is also the individual who considered Dr. York, I think his first name is Malachi York, as being his God, and he worshiped him. Malachi York is the conscious brother who created a camp. He had a compound, right? For African Americans and the families. Come on into the compound and we're going to feed ourselves and we're going to educate ourselves and we're going to do for ourselves. We're going to build for ourselves. We're going to do everything. He was creating a community, a self-sustaining community for African American individuals. And he did well. He had a nice following, just like Jim Jones. Just like Jim Jones. Because what Malachi York was found to have been doing, and the way that he had his camp set up, he had the men in one area, he had the women in one area, and he had the children in another area separated from their parents. And he was in there molesting these children. Now, I'm not saying allegedly because the man has been convicted and he's serving over 100 and some years in prison right now. And he has the nerve that even after the man was convicted, Brother Polight had the nerve in speaking, and you all can catch this video at Tanya TKO. If y'all go to Tanya TKO, she did a video, and the only reason why I don't have more information because I'm going to send y'all the way y'all can go if you like. To see some of the video. It's a lot, y'all. It is a lot. The man was talking to one of the victims of Malachi York, sitting on a bench. And he had the nerve to try to twist that thing and literally tell that young man that he and all of the other children that are claiming that Malachi York molested them or sexually assaulted them or R them or whatever the case may be, that somehow it was their fault. And why that is so disheartening and so upsetting to me, there's a part of me that expects another deviant brother to support a deviant brother. I mean, birds of a feather flock together. Yes, indeed they do. But imagine my frustration and my hurt when I was listening to Tanya TKO again. One of her subscribers sent her a video of Sinetta and another gentleman having a live talking about these charges on Brother Polight, and an African-American female called in and blamed the 14-year-old child. So we're going to get to that. Yes, Gio, you saw it. He was victim shaming that young man. That young man said it happened. And listen, he was a kid. 7 years old is when he said Malachi York started messing with him. 7 years old. And Polight's response, at one point in time, his response to that young man was, "You gonna tell me that this is happening to all these children, and not one of those children had enough sense to tell it, to go tell their parent? Have enough sense." He's 7. This is an authority figure. Your people have raised this young man to believe this man is a God. Who is he going to tell? You telling me that a 7-year-old kid who ain't even got sex on his mind is supposed to understand what's all happening and going on and being done to him through someone he has been raised to call, to see, and to feel is his God? And then you turn around and you tell that man that had Malachi York molested 100 children, you still would worship him. Now, does it bother me that Polight said that? Of course it does. It just shows how sick he is. That's a sick mentality. That you're going to tell me that a grown man, and Malachi York was a fully grown man. We're talking about somebody in their 40s and 50s and messing with children. It really don't matter what age it is, whether you're 18, 20, 21. If you don't have our culture, our society does not accept grown folks putting their hands sexually on children. Are there some cultures and some societies someplace that do accept that? Yeah. But this ain't one over here, baby. We ain't playing that over here. So if that's your mentality, I need you to pack your dusty, dirty bags and fly on up out of here somewhere. Go where they do that. Because we don't do that here. Hey, Rosemary, y'all hit the like and hit the share button for me. And if you're not a subscriber, this is your first time here, please hit the subscribe button and hit the bell. And when we go live again, you'll know about it. You don't want to miss it because we talk the talk over here. Thank you for the super sticker, Rosemary. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much. Hey, New York Finest, what's going on, baby? What's going on? Good morning from Maryland. Hi, Miss Wilson. Y'all come on in, come on in, come on in. We over here talking about this low down, dirty Polight. I said it. And if any of his supporters want to swing this way, come on over here because I got time for you today. Ain't no way in the world you gonna get no support and no justification from me over here for no Brother Polight. Now, this foolishness, listen, y'all, listen, we talk about our community needing to do better. Our community wanting to do better, right? That's what we talk about. So at some point, we got to do better. And one way is not supporting foolishness and wrong being done in our community by people who look like us, baby. Y'all know the phrase, just because you my skin don't mean you my kin. And if it ain't right for a white person to mistreat us, to scam us, to molest us, and to R us, then it ain't okay for somebody who look like us to do that either. It just ain't right. Don't matter the skin color of the person who's doing it. If it's wrong, it's just wrong. Now, the congregation ought to give me an amen for that right there. All right. So, this is who Brother Polight is. This is the people he surrounds himself with. There's a video out there where Sinetta, I think, was questioning him, or maybe Sinetta was just talking amongst himself. I have not seen that video yet, but Sinetta was dealing with Polight about messing with young girls. I think at that time, the girl's age may have been 15 or 16. And the current charges are coming from a young girl who they are saying is 14 years of age. Okay, 14 years of age. That's horrible. Now, let's get to the current situation. We have Brother Polight, who was in Miami with his girlfriend, this young lady, the 14-year-old's doing. and they were at a hotel. Now, depending on whose version, because I believe that there's a statement that Brother Polight gave, and then there's the actual statement that the mother gave to the police. So some of the facts are interchangeable, but of course different versions because they're coming from different people. So when I'm giving you this information, it's going to encompass both people's versions. Okay. All right. Here we go. Brother Polight is in Miami with his girlfriend and her daughter. And they were going down, my understanding, hang out. They were hanging out in Miami, having a good time. Not just them. Allegedly, they were with other family and friends at this particular hotel. Also, allegedly, the mom and the daughter were having some issues that moms can have with their teenage daughters. So to hear that does not do anything for me because it happens, okay? It happens. So you got two versions here. One version is that Brother Polight was going to take the daughter and go talk to her and help mend whatever was going on between the daughter and the mama. Another version is that the mama was running late and getting dressed because they were supposed to be getting ready to go downstairs to meet everybody else they was with to have dinner. And mom was running late. And Polight was ready to go. So mom finally relented and let Polight take her daughter downstairs to meet with the group, everybody else that was in the group, so that they could go ahead on and start eating, and mom would be right down. But instead of going down to the group, Polight took the 14-year-old out of the hotel. And to go to a club. Red flag number one, 14-year-old girl, how's she getting in a club? Why is she going to a club? Now, there is some confusion and some fuzziness as to whether or not, I think the mom disagrees with this statement altogether. This is Polight's version that they were supposed to go to dinner and then go to the club. He was going to go, they were going to go ahead on and go to the club, pick up something to eat on their way to the club. But the club that they were going to, allegedly that they were supposed to be going to, you could order food at the club. So I don't understand. One, I don't understand. Why you going to pick up food to eat if you're going to a club where you can order food to eat? One. Number two, why is you taking a 14-year-old child to a club? Number two, these are questions now. These are questions. Okay? The club was supposed to have been closed, so you decided to take her to another hotel. Now, this is where it gets tricky for me. Okay. Yeah. Premeditated what he was going to do with that child. Sounds like it. Sounds like it. Good morning, Robin. A real righteous man will not take a child to a club. Come on. Come on. We ain't taking children to clubs. No, you're not. Am I going to tell you that a child won't try to slip and go into a club? Absolutely, they will. Yes, they will. But a grown man ain't finna take his girlfriend's 14-year-old daughter to no doggone club. If he's trying to be this woman's man, which means ultimately he will become this child's father figure at the very least. As a daddy, you don't want your 14-year-old girl in the club because you don't want on no pole. Well, not this. Big lip. Man, this boy face look like it's been out in the sun and just cracked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't do personal attacks. I'm sorry. But this low down big lip, ugly man, in my opinion. What kind of father figure do you intend to be? Hmm? You shouldn't want your daughter on the pole. So that's what we fight against when it comes to our daughter. We don't want them pregnant and we don't want them on no pole. And you're going to take her to the pole. Shouldn't have happened. But here's where it gets tricky, right? According to Polight, the club was closed. So he took her to another hotel. Now, third question. If you had an understanding that y'all were going to leave dinner and go to the club, and the club was closed, how you don't get back in your car and go back to the hotel where the child mama at? Tell him I said thanks, Miss Wilson. Tell him I said thanks. He not too bright. Listen to birds. He ain't bright as all. I'm going to tell you what arrogance and pride does. It allows you to obtain in your mind, and only in your mind, this level of comfort that allows you to begin to believe that everybody is buying your bullshit. And you become comfortable and more comfortable thinking that you can do whatever you want to do, how you want to do it, when you want to do it, with who you want to do it, and to be anybody else. I'm running this show. It's all about me, and I can do no wrong. And he became comfortable enough to believe that he was going to be able to espouse some BS that this woman was going to buy. Everybody was going to buy. And why not? You're buying all this other bullshit. So why not buy this? This is just one more scheme. This is one more scam that I got in my playbook. And if you're buying everything else I'm selling, why won't you buy this? Felder, you just run up on a couple more questions that I got coming down the pipe. Why is it that if the club was closed, you didn't get that little girl, get in your car and go back to the hotel? Now, let me say this, because I'm open-minded. I'm an attorney, and I'm creative. So one response could be, I'm here to help her, Polight, but I'm going to shoot you down. I'm going to show you how all the help I'm about to give you on your defenses don't fly. Won't work. You're going to jail. It is my hope. It is my hope. It is my hope. Am I proud and happy that a black man has found himself in this situation and seemed to be looking like he may end up spending the rest of his life, if not a good chunk of it, in jail? I'm upset about any black person going to prison. That ain't where our people need to be. We've been through too much. But if you do the shit that requires you to go to prison and you get caught for doing that shit, then off the prison, you need to go. I'm sick of this foolishness that just because somebody is black, they can come into our community, rape us with the women, the money, the education, the environment. They can treat their own people any kind of low down, dirty way. And because they're simply black, we supposed to sit over in the corner, keep our mouth closed, and say, "Oh child, oh child." The black man he's getting ready to be extinct. No, no. Gio says, shame on them conscious community people that continue to defend Brother Polight. They care more about Polight's innocence over the well-being of the 14-year-old victim. Absolutely. Linda Bird said, preach, baby. Come on. I was groomed like that by my uncle. What? Wow. Robin, I'm so sorry. Wow, I'm so sorry. Per Tasha K, he told the mother he was taking her to get food on. Okay. New York Finding, never heard him till this week. That's good. You ain't missed nothing. Hey, Robert, I am so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Wow. But it happens. And then what we do, what we're trained as women. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Like it, love it, hate it. But it's a fact. Because we ain't just come into this world making up this stuff. It was somebody already here that taught us how to respond to that type of situation. And because we were being raped by the white master, and we had to keep our mouths closed because in that time, we didn't have no option. There was nowhere to go. And that thing has creeped over into us supporting and covering preachers, pastors, bishops, uncles, aunties, cousins, everybody. That thing just slid on over into our current community as the thing we're supposed to do. Keep it quiet. Hell no, you got to go. No more. Ms. Wilson, hop on who this man. First off, Polight is African. He is not African American. Most of the conscious community folks are immigrant blacks. They despise Black Americans. Okay, he can be African. He can be African American, supreme creation. He can be a brown French poodle if that's what he wants to be. At the end of the day, neither him and nobody else has the right or the authority to come into our community espousing, because he is African, that he can do anything he wants to do. No. And mistreat our children? No. And then cover it up as some type of religious thought, conscious thought to support his pedophilic fetish? No. I ain't supporting it. I understand he's Nigerian. He's a Nigerian scammer. Yes, Robin. Yes. Rub on your here, touch on your here, squeeze on your here, give you a little candy here, give you a little money there, support you when your mama is on you, telling them to back off of you, just doing whatever they can do to get in your good graces to make you comfortable, so that over time he can do a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And then we're supposed to turn around and blame the child and say the child is seductress. The child is a Jezebel. That's your child. So you raised your daughter to be a seductress at 14? Because if you did, you deserve to be in the prison right along with Polight. New York Finest, he is not banned. He's still selling packages. He said in his live response to the allegations that he's going back to business. They're going back to the regular scheduled program, selling his stuff. Deflection is the name of the game. Hi ho, it's off the jelly go. I know that is common sense. My point is they see our community as a feeding pool and that we are too broken to recognize what they are doing. I know damn well nobody should be messing with a child. Supreme Creation, God bless you. Thank you for clarifying. Make sure we're all on the same page. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. He must have thought he was a Catholic. But listen, you got people coming out of the woodwork supporting this brother and attacking this 14-year-old child. I'm telling you, before I did my live, and what impressed upon me to do it and go ahead on and do it now is I was watching some of Tanya TKO's video. I'm not sure how old this one is. It got to be recent though, because it's talking about the current charges. Sinetta, she was watching and giving commentary on a video that Sinetta was doing with another individual, and this African-American woman calls in, and her whole conversation is the 14-year-old child. Not that she was saying that this 14-year-old child was this, but we have to be aware that a 14-year-old child could be the seductionist, the predator. That's what she called it. Could it not be that the 14-year-old child was the predator? And now you want me to believe that this 14-year-old child drove herself to the hotel? She picked Polight up. And listen, I forgot what I was going to say. What I was going to say earlier, as a flip side, as a defense for Polight, is this. The club that they were going to does serve food. It's more like a bar with a dance floor. So it is possible that although the child was 14, it is an establishment that she could have gotten into. So technically, although we're calling it a club, maybe it's not a club. Maybe it's more like a restaurant, lounge, bar. But as long as you're in there with parents, you're cool. Because you can eat. Y'all see how I helped it? But then we jump right back into my question I asked before. Once you realize that the restaurant was closed, the bar and grill, the lounge was closed, why didn't you get in your car and go back to the hotel room where this child's mama was? You went to a whole different hotel. And to the lady that was on that live, if anybody knows her, send her this way, because I want her to explain to me how did the 14-year-old get in the hotel? She ain't got no ID and she ain't got no credit card. So how is she able to get a hotel room so that she can be predatorized Polight? A grown man, 38, 39 years old. So he said. He looked like he's 69 years old, the creeper walking. He had sexual assault of a female. This actually occurred in February. All the DNA evidence is in and a warrant was issued. Exactly, Sandra. Hey, True Blue. Hey, True Blue. I'm glad you're coming, baby. We in here talking about it. Come on in. Come on in. Okay. So now, we get into this other hotel room. At this other hotel. According to the young lady, he begins to drink. He begins to dance. He begins to give her drinks. He's dancing and singing. I don't know what he thought he was doing. I guess flying her up and getting her ready, treating her like this a woman, and we're at the hotel to spend our evening. And then he grabs her head to force it down to top him off. She passes out, wakes up with him, this crib keeper right here. With him sticking his fingers down her throat, trying to make her throw up. He gets her together, takes her back to the hotel where mom is, and all hell breaks loose, as it should have. As it should have. Now, this predator that this young lady called in and said that we have to open our minds and be willing to consider that the 14-year-old child is the predator, not the grown man. I don't care if a child is trying to come on and come up on and press up on a grown man. It is the grown man's responsibility to say no. You know it's a child. You know it's a child. And you telling me that you ain't got no sense about yourself and being this conscious black man who you say you are, being about the black community as you say you are, and here you have what appears to be a wounded young sister, because if she is a child trying to push up on a grown man sexually, there is a emotional, mental problem going on with this young lady. Something has occurred. She needs assistance. She needs help. Do you take advantage of her? Or do you be the adult and say, no, baby, we ain't doing that? And for you to want to do that, talk to me and tell me what's going on, what's happening. What's going on, Marcella? What's going on, Marcella? How you doing, baby? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. Do y'all hear me? You as the adult, that's your responsibility to stay an adult. And if you care so much about our black women, you know, this is the brother who also touted out for a long time that the black woman was God. Black women are God, but black children are prey. This predator, keeping my mind open that the 14-year-old could be the one who's the predator and not the grown man, right? This predator, where she get the alcohol from to ply Polight with? How she overpowered him to take him? You telling me that as a grown man, if this girl came up on him and attempted to try to unbutton his pants or anything of that sort, he couldn't push her off of him? And I say again, I scream this question as loud as I can. How did and or why did they end up at a separate hotel in a hotel room away from the child's mama? The child ain't got no credit card. The child ain't got no car. The child can't drive. The child can't get to the liquor store to get the alcohol and or drugs if there was any given. She So how do I make her a predator? How is it that she has such seductive moves and an aura and spirit that she just caught Polight in such a vulnerable state that he just couldn't think straight? That he couldn't decipher that a 14-year-old was not a grown woman. He just couldn't. He didn't have the physical prowess to be able to knock her off, push her off, to crawl. I'm gonna crawl away from her, and I'm gonna get to the phone, and I'm gonna call and say, "Send help." He just didn't have the physical ability to do none of that. The Dante. So if you are confused with why the African American community continues to struggle with being able to advance amongst ourselves, with ourselves, it's because we have people that are sprinkled off in there that has this type of mentality. And I'm telling you, the woman was dead serious, which led me to believe that either someone had accused her, or there's some experience that has been had to make her believe that, because that woman was believing that with all her heart. And listen now, let me tell y'all this, because I don't want anybody in here to think that I'm just don't have a clue, right? I'm well aware that there are teenagers who see themselves as being grown and feel like they can do whatever they want to do. And if they see a man that they want, they're going at him. Listen to me. I know this to be true. This I know to be true. They weren't 14. They were 16 or 17. Somewhere along in there. They were teenagers. Saw this man, wanted this man, and went after the man till she got the man. So I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but let's look at the total facts and circumstances in this situation. That young lady did not remove herself from that hotel. She didn't go to Polight and tell Polight, "Come on, let's go for a ride." Okay? Now, this incident happened in February, early part of this year. What they were waiting on to make an arrest was they found his pleasure principles all over. Shirt, pants, neck. And I personally believe that's why he had his finger down her throat. Not so much as trying to make her throw up because she had too much to drink or the drugs was too much, but hey. Let me tell you where I don't need you to find the pleasure principles. Is in her mouth. I mean, that's what it was. According to the mama's report, when she saw her child, it was easy to see that she was intoxicated or under some alcohol or some drugs, that her mouth was swollen, her lip was swollen. He had beat that girl mouth up. And he is begging her, don't call the police because it's going to ruin my career. And she did what a lot of parents, y'all, unfortunately don't do. Some parents would have and could have seen that as an opportunity to cash in. What you gonna do with me to keep me quiet? But she said, to hell with you, your money, and whatever your YouTube fame, whatever you got going on, forget you. I'm gonna see about my baby. Took her baby to the police station, to the doctor's office. They got a rape kit done, did a physical exam of her, and they found pleasure principles around and on her. Now, a defense for Brother Polight. Me and the mama got some issues going on. She got mad at me because she saw me with another woman, and she putting her daughter up to lie on me. And she and I, were having relations, and I left the condom in the bathroom. Pour that little bit out of here. A little bit there. Yeah, honey, hold on. Think about it. Think about it. She goes in the bathroom, she gets the condom that has the pleasure principles in it, and she gets her daughter. Think about that now. Are there devious women out there that play games and use their children as pawn to get over and try to extort men out of money? They will use themselves, their children, their mama, their dead grandmama, and everybody else. Yes, they exist. They are out there, yes. But again, let's look at the total facts and circumstances of the situation, right? Where did the girl get the liquor? Because surely, even if she said, hey, go by the liquor store and get a little liquor, let's get a little something. Why would you do it as an adult? You're supposed to be either taking this baby to get something to eat, or you're going to talk to her to get her relationship with her mama right. What does any of that got to do with us ending up at the liquor store and ending up at another hotel? Yes, New York finest. Look at the totality of the circumstances. And that's what I said. We're going to talk about some defenses here, and they are pretty good, except when you put them up against the totality of the circumstances, because you have to go back and ask these simple little questions. Mr. Polight, who drove the car? Who bought the liquor? And who bought the hotel room? I'll tell you something else too. And I tell this to my clients all the time. Keep your mouth closed. Now listen, a lot of people, and I'm hearing a lot of people talk about that DNA. The DNA came back and they issued a warrant for Brother Polight. Now, the results came back positive for pleasure principles being found on the young lady. To my knowledge, there's been no report that those pleasure principles belong to Brother Polight. If the pleasant principles do belong to Brother Polight, then one of his defenses could be that that DNA was planted because he was having a relationship with the girl's mama. And if he and the mama was having problems, then one of his defenses could easily be that me and her beefing, she trying to get back at me, trying to make me give her some money that I told her I wasn't going to give her. So boom, I end up with a sexual assault charge on her daughter. She took my condom that I used with her, dropped a few pieces. You know, the OJ defense. They took the blood and dropped it. I just don't know how the police knew exactly where he was, that he wasn't at home, that nobody else was at the home. They knew exactly what time to break into OJ's house to get his that particular sock that he had been wearing. And now the police at his house watching him every day, his every movement, to know when they need to break into his house to plant evidence. Polygraphs are not admissible in court. Marcella, it's not. Nope. We need castration, absolutely. But he has never denied that the incident took place. Listen, polygraphs are a good way of trying to figure out if you're dealing with someone who may be telling the truth or somebody who may be lying. For the average person, I think a polygraph is probably okay to be somewhat of a foundation, right? A foundation. But they are not admissible in court because a polygraph is simply based off of in the testing of when you get your heart rate, right? And there's an understanding that if you are lying, right, the rate will pop up. There's always going to be a sign that you're lying, right? But there's really no scientific way to prove that, and because of that, it's not admissible in court. It can be used. Law enforcement officers do use it. It is used in court cases all the time, but you've never seen anybody that took a polygraph and passed it, or took the polygraph and failed it. You've never seen that person that gave the polygraph come into court and say, I took a polygraph and he failed. I took a polygraph and he passed. Okay? Now, he has not denied the incident. And this is what I was going to get to. What I find interesting about him is this. He decides that he's going to do a live and address the allegations. I'm going to tell my side of the story. And this brother goes on live and talks about everything but the charges. Two things out of that. One, I tell my clients all the time, listen and listen to me well. If you're going to talk to the police, then be honest. If you ain't going to be honest, keep your mouth closed. And what do I recommend? I recommend you shut up. I recommend you shut up if you did it. In particular, if you did it, shut up. If you didn't do it, I still need you to shut up. Well, why, Turn T? Let me tell you why. Because if the police got you at the police station 9 out of 10 times and they ain't told you that you here as a witness, we heard that you saw this or know something about this incident. If you down there as a suspect, then they think you did it. And what law enforcement has a tendency to do is not look for a way to find you having not done it. They're looking for a way to find out that you did. And if you get down there and you start talking and you don't know what you're talking about, and you may not be lying about the fact that you didn't do it, but you did something that you're feeling guilty about, and you start lying about that, and then once they prove that you lied about one something, in their minds you've lied about it all, and then they're coming to put handcuffs on you for real, and they're going to charge you, and they're going to put you in jail and put a bond on you that you may or may not be able to make. Absolutely. And they asked him, and he gave a statement, a small statement, but he gave one, and he shouldn't have gave nothing. He should have shut up. Because if you were not going to come on and admit that you listen, even what's the preacher name, y'all? What's the preacher name? What's the preacher name? What's the preacher name? What's the preacher of New Birth? What was his name? Y'all help me now. Y'all help me. The old preacher, they got served by the little boys. They sued him. Were grown men. They sued him. Wasn't little boys. I apologize. I take that back. Wasn't little boys. Grown men. Hit the like, hit the share button, y'all, as you come in. If you've been in here for a while, you've been hanging out, and you've forgotten, don't worry about it. It's just a friendly reminder. Hit the like button and hit the share button. And if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button and hit the bell. That way, when I go live again, you'll know I'm on. You can come on. We have good conversation. Eddie Long, there he is. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Sandra, I didn't know this. Beta blockers that are taken to control high blood pressure can screw up a polygraph. Yes. It's based on heart rate, your blood pressure rate, a few other things that are used that they believe or have determined that if there's a spike, if there's a move in these levels, then that means one thing or another. But it's not scientific because that could be anything. You could ask me a question that triggers a thought in my head about some experience I've had in the past that could cause the levels to move. That ain't got nothing to do with the question you really asked or the answer I'm giving. So, exactly. Eddie Long, y'all. Bishop Eddie Long. Listen, when he got accused, even he came out and told the congregation and his followers that he did not do these things that they have accused him of doing. And he got 5 stones, but he ain't thrown one yet. At least he said that, even though he didn't defend nothing, even though he didn't come out and prove that he didn't do it like he said that he was going to. But he still came out and at least made an initial denial that I didn't do it. This man came and talked about everything. His father passing, what it was like when his mama passed, what it was like when he grew up. I mean, you name it, he talked about it. And then we got on the Richie Rich, and he started showing us videos and pictures of the Rolls Royce he was driving and the Fendi clothes he was wearing. And we finna, as I say, go back to business as usual, right? Regularly scheduled programming, baby. Going back, as he said, getting this money. And listen, he said this during the live, right? He said that in order for him to come onto a live and be talking about how happy he is and how good he is and how great he is and how wonderful everything is, he would have to be crazy, loco, cuckoo in the head to come onto a live and be espousing how wonderful life is if he know that he about to go and get locked up. He would have to be stupid to do that. And I said, but you are stupid because you are doing it trying to throw us off your scent. Again, you have convinced yourself that because the people have bought so much of your bullshit, that this is just another pile of bullshit you can throw on top and the folks gonna eat it up. And yes, unfortunately, there are a lot of people out there who are eating it up, but then you got a few of us that's calling bullshit. Excuse me. Don't they have DNA? IJS, furthermore, I don't know what IJS is. I'm sorry. He has a history of messing with young girls. Polight is grass. His response on YouTube sounded like a guilty person. Yes, it did. He's going to need that money. His lawyer is going to tax him and further lawsuit. Well, and he kept saying that he can't say anything because he has an attorney and it's not smart if you have hired people to handle these type of matters for you and then you come out and circumvent them and say what you want to say and do what you want to do. If that's how you feel, then you shouldn't be out speaking, period. Your lawyer should be doing all your talking. They should be doing the press conference. They should be doing the live. And there are individuals who have legal counsel when they have found themselves in this situation and they have spoken. You know what they did? You know what they did? They had their lawyers sitting right there by them when they were addressing the situation. Now, they couldn't go into the specifics, and I would never advise anybody to do that in the public sphere. Okay? But people have come out to address situations with their attorney sitting right by them. Y'all remember the guy that was involved with Ahmaud Arbery's shooting and death? There was a gentleman that was in a vehicle behind them who was actually videoing those guys chasing Ahmaud Arbery down. That guy came out on national news on the TV with his attorney sitting by him to address that issue and those potential charges. Oh yes. Oh yes, but when you're guilty, and I tell this to clients all the time, if a simple direct question is asked of you and you can't answer it, you got to go all the way up the street and around the corner. You done talked about everything, even Jesus's return. There is a 99.99999.5% chance you lying. You lying. You lying. I did. Sandra, I did. I did. But I have seen him in the past where he talks about how the black man got to build a black family and you know there shouldn't be really no mixing of the races. That's kind of how he comes off in a lot of his talk and stuff. But I've also seen him though hanging out and flossing with white women. I'm just saying, the dude is a walking oxymoron, and this is the confusion I have with individuals who are continuing to support this brother. Why? He's saying two different things at the same time in the same sentence. Start off with blackness and end up with, but see, I'm over here hanging with everybody but somebody who's black. Man, it's a game, and at some point in time, we have got to educate ourselves a little bit better, and find that thing on the inside of us that fills that void or that need that we have to be validated. Because all it is hearing somebody say something that makes us personally feel okay about the jacked up stuff we thinking. That's it. Can't stand the government. Police did me wrong. The court system did me wrong. Now you got this guy coming along telling you how to stick it to the court system, how to stick it to the police, and you running with it because it validates your misunderstanding. Am I the only person who knows of this man's existence because of these charges? You are not, Layla. You are not. Robin didn't know who he was either. Was that Robin? So, did he say why he needed to take the young girl to a club and her mother, his girlfriend, wasn't invited? No, we haven't heard that yet because he won't address it. He says he won't and he ain't. He just want to tell you about his life and how hard it's been. And in the midst of all this roughness and hardness, he made it. But he's yet to say, guys, it didn't happen. Or it didn't happen like that. Hey, listen, I know everybody wants to know what happened and what's going on and whatnot. Unfortunately, because these are criminal charges, it is not in my best interest to speak to the facts of this situation as of yet. But I can say this, know this, that what you heard, all of what you heard is not true. Say that. That ain't saying nothing, but you said something. Constant throat clearing is an indicator of the same. Absent-minded. This occurs as a result of cognitive overload and the fight or flight response. Liars tend to clear their throat due to the effects. Oh my goodness. Need to be stress free. So did he say he needed? Okay, yeah, I read that one. All right. Nicole, Polight clears his throat because he has congestion in throat from kissing all his wives. Bless his heart. The elder said, never heard of him until this. Robin says, I knew who he was. It wasn't you, Robin. Somebody told me that it may have been New York Finest that said that she didn't know who he was either until this happened. Yes, he think he is a conscious king anyway. Will he speak on the dead people's social security numbers? Allegedly. OST, I live in New York City for 12 years and I've never heard of this man until Jaded the Nerds live this week. Really? Because he be out there on the streets. That's their thing, New York City. Out there on the streets. You know, I don't even know what he really believes in anymore because he says that money is his God. That's who he prays to now. So he's gone from Malachi York to the black woman to money being his God. Maybe all three of them are. Paid off the mama. Ooh. I've never heard of him either until this case. Yeah, and that's all it is, man. Right, Cat Banks, exactly. That's the crew. Sinetta, Brother Polight, Young Pharaoh. There is a guy, Tariq Nasheed. I think Tyreek though may be a little bit more better. But and I'm not saying in calling Sinetta and Tariq Nasheed and all these other folks, I'm not saying that they are just like Polight, that they, condone or run with Polight in this manner. I'm saying they're all a part of this, what we call conscious community, these woke brothers that's so profoundly in tune with who they are in Mother Earth. Red pill and blue pill. Yes, yes, yes. What's your thoughts on Kawama Brown? Kawami Brown. New York. I'm gonna have to look up Kawami Brown. I don't know who that is. I don't know who Kawan Brown is. Let me see, because that name does sound familiar, though, to me. Hold on. Wait a minute. I think I've heard of this a little bit. Anyway, I think I heard of him. I think I heard of this situation a little bit. Used to play in the back in the back. Y'all help me now. Used to play in the NBA, right? He's actually been. He's about to crack his whip. Is this the young man that I heard about? Played in the NBA. Was not as spectacular as they had, bet on him to be. And he was getting roughed up some in the community, and he came out swinging like Buster Douglas did against Mike Tyson. Is that who that is? Because I think I heard a little bit about that. The incident took place in February. He's now getting arrested. Shame on law enforcement. Well, Victor, not so much shame, right? Because in February, all we had was an allegation. Okay, what the police decided to do, whereas to move impulsively, and because we got this allegation, let's go ahead on and arrest him. What they decided to do instead is to complete their investigation. Right? So they took the young girl's clothes and sent them off to the crime lab to be tested. That takes time. I don't know what Florida's rate is, but I know here in Mississippi, we are so backed up, it is incredible. Okay? Even in murder cases, it takes forever to get an autopsy report. Okay? So that stuff went off to the crime lab to be tested. Once those test results came back, that gave law enforcement the teeth, the bite, to be able to say, okay, we got something that we really working with, because with the test results showing that some pleasure principles was left on the young lady, right? That supports and corroborates and substantiates her story that something did occur. So now we got a little bite, we got a little teeth, we got a little ay, ay, ay. So when we get this joker, we feel like we got it. Okay, so when that evidence came back to substantiate that, yeah, some DNA was left, right? Now we go and we pick him up. And in picking him up, that warrant should have included DNA collection. So they should have gotten some blood from Brother Polight that was then sent off to the crime lab to be tested to see if the pleasure principles that was found on the young lady is the same pleasure principles that exist in Brother Polight. And if that happens, then we have what is called a match. Blood toxicology is still coming in. Exactly. Because there's questions about whether or not the young lady was just plied with alcohol or if it was alcohol and drugs. So we're still waiting on the toxicology report to come back to find out what all actually was in her system. I don't think he gave her no drugs, but I do believe, and I could be wrong. I hope, let me say this. I hope the food didn't get a young lady no drugs. Let me say this. Right. A lot of the NBA analysts said he was a bust in the NBA making all this money. Teams continue to pick him up, but he never put out. He is now upset with the analyst that is speaking out about him. Yes. I heard a little bit. Heard a little bit about that. Um, I'll speak to that on this without knowing a whole lot of the backstory because I heard a little bit, but not enough to really talk about it. But to the little bit that I did here, I will respond and say this. Please keep in mind, limited. This response is based on a limited amount of information. Not every individual that makes it to the NBA or the NFL for that matter, or any other professional sport, is always going to turn out to be a Michael Jordan, a Kobe Bryant, or LeBron James. Not going to happen. You have some individuals who are just what and who they are. They are spectacular and they have a talent that is just not going to be touched. Those individuals are going to come into the professional arena and they are going to do well. But if you're good enough to make it to the professional arena, because not everybody is, then doggone it, you good enough to be in the professional arena. And so to come down hard on these young athletes, man, these are young men who everybody around them is telling them how great they are. And some that blows their head up, some it becomes a validation of who they are, and it has them walking around feeling like they are somebody, they're important, they're worthy. And then when you get into that professional arena and you don't live up to the expectations of those individuals in that arena, then they want to attack you as being nothing and nobody and not worthy. That can have a negative emotional response on somebody, man. Okay? You don't think he knows that he's struggling, that he ain't LeBron James? You don't think that's having some type of psyche effect on him? And so what we want to do is add to it instead of just saying, well, you know, this brother ain't a Michael Jordan. But he's in the NBA. He's in the professional arena, so he's good enough to be here. Let's celebrate that. The brother's making money. Let's celebrate that, and let's keep it pushing. If he wasn't the Michael Jordan that you thought he should have been, cool. There's another one coming out next year. Somebody's graduating from college that's going to be primed to be the next superstar, right? Because one comes out every year. So to the extent, with the small little information that I got, that's all I got to say about that. Leave that boy alone, man. Yes, he was recruited from high school. Yes. As a young man. And imagine being a young man that young and you're coming into a league with a lot of older guys, right? Men that's been around for a while, that's already established. You're trying to, number one, fit in, break in. And then you got all this hype on you and you not living up to it. You don't think he heard the hype? You don't think he had a mindset of coming into the NBA being all of that? Being all that he could be? Didn't just apply to the U.S. Army, but to the NBA, and he's seeing that he is not living up to that standard. You get out my line. God. All right, Layla, he was drafted into the NNA league straight from high school. Okay. All right. Was the youngest first-round draft pick at 18 years old, right out of high school. Yep. High school. Everything about Michael York is smoke and mirrors. He hasn't had 4 wives for a minute now. His life is a rental, and yeah. You are right. This is why I said he is about to crack, because he is trying to go after all of these people, and I can see it is taking a toll on him. Plus, he was just released from jail. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a situation that happened with him in that jail situation. One of the commentators, ESPN commentator, hey, one of the ESPN commentators, no, it wasn't. It wasn't an ESPN commentator. It was Charlemagne the God on the Breakfast Club. They were talking about this situation with Kanye. Okay, I might not. Y'all help me. And he started talking about this man's other family members. That's what made me become aware of this. Charlemagne the God got on his show, and started telling everybody to leave this young man alone, because his uncle had went to prison, and somebody else had went to prison, and somebody else had went to prison, which for killing somebody or beating somebody up or something of that nature, which ultimately sending out this message, leave him alone before he mess up and kill you, because he got folks in his family that don't mind killing folks or hurting folks or whatever the case may be. And Kwame, okay, thank you. Yeah, was talking about this. Yeah. Did that young man wrong. Leave that young man alone. Leave that young man alone. Leave that young man alone. Okay? He did nothing to nobody. Leave him alone. And he's doing well for himself. Let me tell you what he could have did. He could have came out of the NBA, been a drug addict or an alcoholic or a woman beater or stealing snow crabs out the Walmart is what he could have been doing. But he ain't doing it. Y'all know that Jameson boy that played football with Florida State was caught stealing snow crabs at the Walmart or the Kroger's or somewhere. Leave Kwame alone. Charlemagne was talking about his father, okay, and brother being incarcerated. Yeah, something. He said leave that man alone. And then started talking about other family members that had been incarcerated for doing stuff. Man, leave Kwame alone. Sister Mayor Zion Lex has the entire story on Mr. Man as well as Tasha K. He spoke to the mother of the victim. He said that 4 types of drugs were found. Whoa! Y'all see that? C-Mac, go Zion Lex. Y'all go look that up. Tasha K went off on him. I mean, she went in on Brother Polight. Yes, we are okay. Different one star. We're doing okay. I'm still displaced. And we're in the process of trying to help individuals get their houses put back together. We were able to get them some assistance with getting their houses. Lord, I can't think of the word now. Where they come in and cut out part of the wall where it got wet, so the dry walls are dry, and you can cut down on mold spread, things like that. Gut it out. We were able to get some of the houses gutted out, and now we got another group of individuals, men. Thank God for these brothers that they are coming in and getting the material and doing the work to help try to put these houses back together. I got insurance and I'm still waiting. Ain't got the first check yet from the insurance company. I just want y'all to know, having gone through this situation with insurance, I'd have did better if my house had burned down. Because the insurance adjuster gonna come out, see the house burned down. Yep, your house burned down, and write me a check. With this flood, it is the craziest thing I've ever seen before in my life. I mean, they're gonna pay for the bottom cabinets, but not the top cabinets. They're gonna pay for the bottom cabinets, but not the hardware on the cabinets. You either keep the same hardware, or you gotta fund that out your own pocket. We're gonna pay for the cabinets, but not the countertop. my God. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We're going to get through it. They alone. He was trying to help our kids. Right, leave him alone. That boy ain't doing nothing to nobody. Well, we got when they come in and cut out the gutted out the homes. There's some treatment that's used to spray on the mold to keep it from spreading, and that's the purpose of cutting out the walls so that air can get to it and it can dry and stop the spread. Yeah. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. I told my insurance adjuster, my house should have burned down, shouldn't it? I'd have got, at least I'd have folks working on getting it put back together by now. You know what the man said? Probably so. You in a bad situation when your adjuster agrees with you that it's taking way too long. And keep in mind, they are not paying for me to be displaced. They are not paying for me to be displaced. If the Lord had not intricately put it on somebody's heart, one of my best friends' heart, to impress upon me to buy this building to put my office in, man, can you imagine the hotel stay that I would have under my belt to be out of my house from June the 8th until now, getting ready to go into September? Now, you ain't got to believe it because I wouldn't have one. And maybe because I got a place to lay my head, I ain't raised as much hell about it as I should be raising. But that's a horse for another day, y'all. Dorothy, thank you so much for the super sticker, baby. Thank you so much for your support. And guys, I have had a lot of supporters reach out to me and send financial support through my Cash App. Y'all see it running there at the bottom of the screen. My Money Matters. Thank you all so much. I want to say thanks so much for the support, okay? I appreciate it. I appreciate the super chats and the super stickers. Thank y'all so much. There are individuals that send me donations on my Cash App because they are aware that the super stickers and the other payments that are paid through PayPal, not PayPal, through YouTube, I'm saying, YouTube takes about 30-some% off of it. So there are supporters that just send money straight to my Cash App, and I said thank you. I want to say thank you. My people are in Philadelphia and Jackson, Mississippi, and Louisiana. I'm glad you're okay, my sister. Thank you so much, C-Mac. I appreciate you. Hey, what y'all think about the Bell Collective down there in Jackson? You know, I was going to review that show, and then because I did not want to hurt the possibility of a city in Mississippi having a nice show, something that represents Mississippi, I just didn't, because I didn't have a whole lot of nice things to say. I'm going to give it a fighting chance, and if it comes back season 2, they should be better. Usually they get better after the first season, and I'll probably review it then. Hey, Angel 1908, what's going on, baby? I'm glad you finally made it in here. Unfortunately, though, we on our way out. We on our way out. Catch the replay, Angel. Remember in prayer, Reverend Jesse Jackson and Miss Jackson are hospitalized with COVID. Oh my God, I didn't know that, Sandra. I did not know that. Well, let's do that right now. Dear Lord God, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come right now. We give you praise and glory and honor for who you are. We thank you for being who we know you to be. And God, we ask you to do right now what you know to do, what only you can do, and that's heal from the inside out. We ask you to touch Reverend Jesse Jackson and his wife. And God, we ask you to restore them, give them the strength and the help they need to walk out of that hospital and be healthy. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Can I get an amen from the congregation? Love your wonderful spirit. You give love to all of us with your joy and laughter. Thank you, C-Mac. I try, baby. You know, the world is filled with negativities and haters. It look like if you're ever trying to do something good or positive, the hate comes stronger and more and all this kind of stuff. And so we have to deal with that on a natural, everyday basis. You ought to be able to come somewhere and get a little laughter and a little uplifting. And that's what I hope this channel does. We get in the mess and we talk about it, but I try to laugh and make it what we having a good time. So yeah, I'm thankful that you received that. Thank you so much. Hey, Attorney T, it is great to see you. Hey, Miss Song to you. Absolutely. I'm so glad to see you guys. Well, guys, that's basically all I got. I just had to come on here. I was pushed real hard. I've been trying to do one, but I've been up early and unfortunately going to bed late. Just because of stuff I got going on with being a man and all that stuff. Y'all know how it go. But okay, Tanisha. Okay. Well, I wanted to do well. So I just decided, since I didn't have nothing positive to say, I wasn't going to say anything at all, and hope it comes back for a second season, see if it gets a little better, and then we'll talk about it. I'm here in Mississippi, and although I know we are on the bottom for a whole lot of stuff, although it's ratchet reality TV, it's something positive. So I didn't want to rag on it. So I did. Oh my goodness. Like when the sister was crying about her son cussing at her and punching holes in the wall. She's sitting over there at her friend's house crying, talking about, I'm trying to figure out what black mama in Mississippi is you. Who is you, woman? Crying? We ain't crying, first of all. First of all, that young man would be in the hospital laid up. Second of all, fighting for his life on life support. That's number one. Number two, you would be on the phone calling the pastor, asking him to call the chief deacon to see if the church will loan you the money to bail you out of jail. Now, them the two things that would have happened from a true, in my opinion, from a true African-American woman in Mississippi. I don't care how grown he is. Let me tell you what you ain't gonna do. You ain't coming in my house and disrespecting me, and you ain't finna tell nothing up in here. You go to your house and tell up something. But you ain't coming in here punching no holes in the wall. You might cuss, but it's gonna be the last good cuss word you get out your mouth. So they put that trach down your throat. It just was hard, man, to believe some of that stuff. It just looked fake and made up. That's Marie. That's who that was. That's Marie. And I know she got a lot of health issues, so I thought that was interesting, though, when I found out about that towards the end of the season. She deals with lupus and some other stuff, so it's be interesting to see how she progresses with those health challenges. The stepdaddy, let me tell you something. What stepdaddy? That dude was a guest. He was a close friend that came around whenever he needed to be filmed. Because it's obvious, man, that dude is checked out. He your husband, but he living in another apartment. He your husband, but he gets to travel out of the country to Dubai or Aruba, and you don't know he gone. What they doing? And he can fly out the country, live in another apartment, come over to your house and walk in and out as he wishes. Where they do that at? What part of Mississippi they doing that? He was more than checked out. Not only that, but he was in Aruba for a month without. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And she said she didn't even know he was gone. What? Like what? Mm-mm. No. In the average household in Mississippi, at least in particular down here in the Mississippi Delta area, baby, you better text and tell your woman that you on your way to the bathroom. How long it's gonna take you to be in there? And text her and let her know you fixing to come out. You done jumped on a plane and went to Aruba. Man, I just couldn't believe it, y'all. I just couldn't. I'm like, this is staged, or I ain't ready for these black women. These some newfangled Southern women that I got to get used to. So I need a second season. And I know grandparents take care of their grandchildren. But you wondering why your son is not responsible when you do everything for him. Everything. You don't require him to do anything. But I was happy to see she saying you ain't getting nothing that I got. You will have not nan access to not nan dollar I got until and unless you go to college and get a college degree. I feel that. I feel that. And not that I believe she thinks a college degree is the be all, the end all. I just think she's trying to make him do something. But you know, once you raise him to be entitled, it's kind of hard to change that and be extreme. Been there, done that. Is it possible somebody playing on the down low? Well, it was rumored. It was rumored that the two partners had a little situation going on. I don't know. That was rumored, but I don't know. Allegedly. Allegedly. They supposed to have a situation of some type happening and going on, but I don't know. I hope not. Not that they can't. It's just that that's going to be interesting. That's going to be interesting because they are in business together, and not that people that's in relationships can't go into business together, but when you are going into business with somebody that you're in a relationship with, it already has its unique issues that you have to be concerned about and aware of and prepare for. But then you talking about a relationship that you got to cover up and hide too. It brings on this whole new set of mess. Hey, Natural Born Queen, how you doing, baby? I'm so glad you're here with us. Everything's going well. Him legally. Kimberly, we're talking about Brother Polight. What do I think will happen to him legally? We gotta wait and see. Listen, y'all, the criminal justice system is an interesting thing. I said this before when I was commenting on Jesse Smollett and his situation with the police. Great lawyers make things go away. See, my client does not have to worry about risking jail time if the case is closed. And the mama mad today. She hot upset today, or the day, in February, that day. But between now and whenever this thing might come to trial, you'd be surprised of conversations that are slick had, and offers that are made, and recommendations that are given. And what do you want? I mean, hey, what do you want? And if the sister gives a number that the brother can make, that he can match, that he can meet. I mean, R. Kelly pissed on a girl. That baby was 12. I mean, he got out of that situation and came out and made I Believe I Can Fly. And we all sung it and turned it into a church song and sung it at church, made the young folks sing it at church. And the man was singing about, I can do anything. I believe I can fly. I can touch the sky. Think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. We turned it into a church song. Mm-hmm. Let our kids sing it at their high school graduation. Oh, man. Trees Give Life, they have passed laws where sodomy with a child is some situation is not considered rape. Do your research. For sure, a pedophilic agenda. Woo-wee. I don't know that law, and wherever that law exists, I don't want to live there. I don't want to live there. Kimberly Jane said my son's class sung it at his kindergarten graduation. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. GB says his money covering him at New York fine. That's all I'm saying, y'all. Do I believe he did it unequivocally? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. If he hadn't did that live, I would have had to maintain and reserve my opinion. But once he did that live and he did everything but what he should have done, yeah. Mm-hmm. Allegedly. But yeah, I believe it. Yeah. He responded like a guilty person does. That's why my advice is to shut up. Another reason why I advise clients to shut up is a lot of times, listen, let me tell you what the police has a legal right to do to you once they bring you into custody and they start interrogating you. They can lie to you. They can lie and tell you they got DNA. They can lie and tell you they got witnesses. They got a video, an audio tape, your prints, your hair, your blood, your mama, your great-grandmama. Listen, the ancestors are going to come in here and testify against you. They can tell you all of that, and they don't have nothing. And because you believe it, because it sounds like they got it, surely the police ain't in here telling me they got something they don't have, you will then start running your mouth and talking because you want to explain how even though they got all this evidence, it ain't you, or you want to explain how they ended up getting all this evidence on you. See, I was over to the house. I was over there. I did go over there, but see, what had happened was, and a lot of times All the police has done is lied to you. They don't have nothing on you except the fact that you just walked in there and gave a confession and told on yourself. That's the one thing that I find interesting about the first 48. Baby, if they happen to catch somebody, catch the suspect within the first 48 hours, sometimes they don't have nothing but a whole lot of he said, she said. Well, I heard that Rabbit said that James had saw it, and then they go talk to Rabbit, and Rabbit said, I ain't seen James, but I had heard that Paul had been up the street by him, and that's all you got. And they come in there and they start rubbing their forehead. When they do this right here, I said, Lord, they finna tell it on themselves. And you know what happened? They tell it on themselves. Then once you confess, the police can then take your statement and go back and match it with all the evidence they need in order to substantiate your confession. And now they got you. And now you're really confused because once enough time has passed for you to actually see what the police got against you, you realize that they didn't have nothing against you, but they got everything against you now because you walked in there and confessed. He never said, it wasn't me, like Shaggy. It wasn't me. He didn't say that. I believe he was checking this little girl out while in that relationship with the mother. This was his opportunity to take advantage of her. Shaking my head. I believe that too. Yep, close the mouth. And they will lie. Yes, they will. If y'all talking about me, yes, I am. Very much a Christian. You mentioned the Lord with your education. Do you know that the Lord is an English title? James Rogers, this is what I know. I know that people back in the day experienced life in the universe, in the world, the way they did. And to the best of their knowledge, understanding, and belief, they called it what they believed it was at that time. Trying to understand the workings of a power they did not know and or understand. And we're still doing the same thing. I believe in a higher power. I call that power God and or the Lord. You may call it whatever you want to call it. Some people call it the universe. Some people call it Buddha. Some people call it whatever. You call it whatever you want to call it. For me, I believe with my education that there is a power greater than I. And I recognize it and call it as God and or the Lord. Okay? I don't judge nobody's belief because of my education. It has taught me to be open because of my exposure, and I've been other places. You know, it's no different than when Malcolm X thought that the white man was the blue-eyed devil, and under no circumstances could the white man work with him in order to help liberate Black Americans. But he did something interesting. He was exposed when he went over to do his pilgrimage to Mecca. And he was over there with white, blonde hair, blue-eyed people who was worshiping the same God he was worshiping, who was believing the same thing he was believing. And it called him to have an evolution, an epiphany, an awakening. And he came back with a greater understanding. It ain't the outward appearance of a man that determines whether or not he is for me or against me, but what's in his heart. And that's just what we're talking about today. Here we have a Black man who has held himself out to the Black community as being one of us, or at least for us. And all he's done is taken and mistreated and lied and scam. and now sexually taking advantage of a young 14-year-old child. It ain't got nothing to do with your outward appearance. What's your heart condition like? God will judge your heart, not on the name we call him. We only know what the Bible has given us. That's it. You can call him anything you want to call it. Just call it. The God I serve is bigger. Listen, if the only God, if all you know and can see and feel and appreciate about this big God is in that Bible, it's just contained in that Bible, I know I'm gonna need you to expand your thinking, man. God ain't, you can't I can't pronounce it. I'm trying to. You can't put him in a book and keep him there and hold him and say, "This is it. This is it. This is it. This is everything about God." If God is all knowing, omniscient, all powerful, all everything, then He's bigger than what we can conceive. So let God be God, and let man be man. Right? Okay. Let's do that. Confine. Thank you, Miss Song, to you. Confine him in that little book. I mean, if everything we needed to know about him was in that book, we still wouldn't be confused. We still confused. God does some things that just make us sit back and be like, man, with what we know in the book. Sometimes we still confused. That's his way of making sure everybody understands and never forget he is God. He, not us. Okay? So, wait a minute, she said it. Conceptualize. Boom, boy. There you go. That's what I was looking for. I had it in my head, but couldn't make this tongue do what it needed to do. Conceptualize in that doggone little book. Let's don't do that. Okay? He's bigger and better than that, right? And even if you won't worship him, there's a scripture in the Bible in Proverbs that says that even the sinner man can look out into the universe, into the world, and see that something more is happening and going on, and that ought to be enough to make you praise him. Even if you won't worship him, you ought to be able to say, Lord, I thank you. Hallelujah. How does a tree grow that you didn't plant the seed for? What you say? You didn't plant a tree, but it's here. How that happen? Okay. Absolutely, Leonard. We know the tree by the fruit it bears, and this guy has been bearing rotten fruit for a long time. Rotten fruit. Y'all ever? I used to go. We used to go and pick plums and strawberries. Well, let me say this: all our fruit we went and picked. If truth be told, we went and picked our own peaches, plums, strawberries, apples, because they just was growing. You found them, you went and got them. And that's how we saw it. Blackberries, we went and picked them. So, have you ever picked a plum? And that thing on the outside, it looks so delicious. You're going to take it home. You're going to wash it out. You'll put it in the refrigerator or the freezer for a little bit and let it get really, really cold. Can't wait. And then you go to peel it, to bite in it. And it's all messed up. That's so disappointing. Not because you got a rotten plum, because rotten plums exist. It's disappointing because I thought I had something that I realized I didn't. I didn't fix my whole mind to partake of this thing. I'm set. I'm ready. I don't know what's going to happen because we got a long way to go. One, we definitely need to make sure that the pleasure principles that was found on the young lady belong to Mr. Polight. And two, we got to wait to see how strong the mama is going to last. Because R. Kelly flew his victim out the country. She can't be here to testify. And you had family members that showed up to say, that's not my daughter, that's not my cousin, that's not my niece, that's not. So money answereth all things. Let's see what his money says in this situation. But I do believe this. I do believe that if our community holds fast and stays strong, that we don't support him in these activities that he has going on, these criminal activities that he has going on, and we can continue to send that message so that the young girl and the young girl's mama know that she has support in this situation. I think it will give them the strength to stand on solid ground and see this thing through. But if they keep hearing what I heard from that African-American sister that called in to call the 14-year-old child the predator. Now, she didn't say, I ain't saying that she's a predator, but I'm just saying we got to keep our minds open to consider. Well, you didn't say everything but that, because that's what you're saying. We should start looking at this 14-year-old child as a predator instead of a child who was preyed upon. And I said it before and I say it again. Look at the totality of the circumstances, guys. Look at the big picture. Don't just look at the fact that you got a charge, an allegation that he sexually assaulted somebody. Let's break down the facts and then ask the simple question. Why is this grown man in a separate hotel room with a 14-year-old child without her mama? My grandmother made us pick fruit and veggies in New Egypt, New Jersey. I've taught my daughter that buying these items are to growers' pick, but when get the best pick when we get home. Okay? Now that's just the bottom line. Why? Facts. Pseudo charlatan tour number 2. Facts. These just questions, simple, direct questions. Why? If you were taking her to eat, how y'all get to a hotel? You taking her to the club and the club was closed, how y'all get to a separate hotel? If she was the one who was trying to come on to Brother Polight, I'm still trying to figure out how you get to the hotel because you're the one driving, brother. So if you got this young sister that's coming on to you and you know it ain't right and this ain't what you down for and ain't what you support, then if you gonna drive her anywhere, you driving her back to the hotel where her mama is and you gonna tell her mama. You need to do something with your daughter. Because if she's doing it to me, she out here doing it to somebody else. And where I may not take advantage of this situation, another Negro might. If he was looking out for the sisters in his community. Travis was pretending to be pretty. that was found on 6 places. I was so disappointed with the grown women that was taking his side, saying that baby was probably coming on to him. What you say, London? Okay, well, London said it's his. Baby like that anywhere without getting more than a few side eyes. Well, I'm just saying. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding, but I do. But there's a part of me that do only because no harm, no foul, y'all, but it's been trickled down in our community. We've been told to keep it covered when it comes out of our homes. We've been told to keep it covered when it's coming out of our churches. And the one defense that men have always used is, she was coming on to me. She came on to me. She lied about her age. As though they have no control whatsoever over their own body. It just does whatever it wants to. They wake up every morning and the body is telling them where to go. I don't want to go to the bathroom. Where you going? Question is, I was dating a guy for a year and we went on a trip with my daughter because I didn't want to leave her. And he volunteered to take her to get something to eat and then violates her. Sharon Redmond, there are some out there. Yes. And I acknowledged that earlier, that yes, I'm not going to tell you that that does not exist. It does. Unfortunately, it does. It does. But at the end of the day, either you are a man or you not. Real men don't take advantage of children. You just don't. Ebly, Gad, yes, I am. Yes, he is. That might be good. Right. Like, Will, no, they don't. Real men don't take advantage of no children. You don't even want no child. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. Listen, I know this may be somebody that you love and you've supported for years. And when you found yourself supporting somebody for years and you've given them money and you just think the world of them, it is hard for you to think, to conceptualize in your head that this person could be this way or could do this. There's just no way you can think that. You don't want to think that because you don't want to feel like you have been supporting a pedophile when you know you don't support pedophilia. So there's something on the inside that makes you become defensive, and the way to keep anybody from looking at you stupid, then you try to figure out a way to cover or to excuse or to explain what this person has done so that you don't feel bad. And y'all, we have that is a psychosis that needs some help. Go get you some therapy to get that worked out. Because at the end of the day, I don't care who you supported, who you've liked. If the truth comes out that this is about them and it is what it is, then it just is what it is. Change your support. You don't have to keep supporting him because you found out he's a pedophile. Cut him off. No. But a whole lot of black white folks did, went along with it and supported it and gave them their money. No different than that other joker over there. Y'all help me. What's the boy that didn't took the folks? The folks just gave the boy millions. He didn't file bankruptcy. He didn't been to prison. Y'all know him. He had folks donating to pay for his wedding. He's a millionaire, but you didn't set up almost like a GoFundMe to pay for your wedding, and fools over there sending him $100 so he can take his wife out to have a dinner on the night of they married. What? What the boy name? No, that ain't Umar. Umar was the one that told y'all to give him his money, give y'all his money so he can build a school. He got the first architect. He showed y'all the first blueprints, but he gonna build a school. Jay Morrison, that's him. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No different than him. No different. Polight is no different than Jay Morrison. Now, I ain't saying that Jay Morrison like little girls. I'm just saying as it relates to scamming people, telling a lie ain't nothing for these brothers to tell. Nothing. And they talk fast and they want to try to use big words. And the first thing they want to tell you is what you couldn't possibly understand. See, you never done this before, so there's no way that you could know. Listen, let me tell you what. I ain't never killed nobody before. But it don't mean that I can't acknowledge if somebody is a killer. I ain't never killed nobody. But if I'm looking at somebody that's a killer and he's just a killer, he's a killer. I can acknowledge that he's a killer without me having killed anybody. I can acknowledge that Brother Polight is a low-down, dirty dog. No good dirty dog. No good for the black community whatsoever. He's done nothing but taken advantage of people, misused folks and stole their money. And now he's ramped it up and went a little bit high. Boom, boy. All right, guys. I put in enough time on this story because I'm gonna start saying, y'all push me and I go off. I don't want to do that. Sister, I mean, I hope he go. And for what he's done, and to be a sign, a signal for everybody else that we are tired and sick of this stuff, and we're just not going to allow it to keep happening in our community, guys. Come on. What I find interesting is this, though. I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to let y'all go. These are not dumb, stupid people. Okay, dumb, but they're not stupid people. Okay, these are intelligent brothers. They can think. And they have some skills and abilities. Because with the time and the type of work that has to be put into running these types of scams and schemes, it is just amazing to me how they refuse to put in the same time, effort, and energy to produce a legitimate business. That thing that Jay Morrison has is something that could work. That would be a great asset and benefit to the African American community if he would just do right. But right ain't in it. So he would rather lie to the people, scheme the people, scam the people, take their money and splurge and spend it on himself and live a wonderful life when he has a grand opportunity to truly bless the African American community, to truly set something in play that would benefit us for years down the road. And I'm gonna do a live talking about Jay Morris because I see that he hanging with Jamal Bryant, and Jamal Bryant was almost closely to get back in my good graces because he decided he wasn't gonna do no more reality TV, and he was gonna keep his line double dipping business to himself. He wasn't gonna put it out on public display no more. He never said he wasn't gonna stop sleeping with all the women, but y'all wasn't gonna know about it no more. Or we were not gonna know about it no more publicly. And so far, so good. But I saw him running with Jay Mars early, but I'm letting it ride. But then I didn't see that he didn't let Jay Morrison come up in that church and spew his mis information to the people, trying to make some money, selling his classes and stuff to the people. Now I'm gonna do a video about that. We gotta talk about that because I'm now wondering if Jamal is getting a kickback from Jay Morrison. Because I don't understand how you, black man, intelligent as you are, educated as you are, with enough exposure and experience as you have, everybody can see this boy's a scammer, but you. Kimberly, I am not. She came on my show and irritated me to high heaven and started being condescending, and I didn't respond well to it. So no. Her name's Tanya. Yes, Boom Boy, that's interesting, and we want to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. I'm going to do a video about it because Bishop Eddie Long did the same thing. Did the same thing. Now that I think about it, did the same thing. Wondering how they walk and kind of step in step, right? Yeah, Miss Soul, to you, they run together. Morrison is a member of Newburgh. At least let me say this: he be in the congregation. He shows up to the services at least before they were having COVID-19 and some other stuff. I'm gonna do a video because I want y'all to see something. I want y'all to see the trickery of that guy. That guy is smart though. I'm just gonna tell y'all, the man is smart. He sold dope for a whole lot of years. He went to prison for selling dope, and I just don't understand why folks that sell dope ain't doing something in business, like a legitimate business, because you know math and you know money. You understand product supply and demand. I mean, you running a lookout crew, a cleanup crew, the packaging crew, the delivery crew. I mean, there's a lot goes on to run a drug business. Blame man, we always laugh and chuckle a little bit, but under no circumstances are we saying that this is a laughing matter. It's not. It's not at all. Ain't nothing about this. Um, ain't nothing about this funny. But when we come over here on our channel, then yes, even though I'm talking about a serious subject, I'm gonna always throw something in that makes it a little makes it a little funny and give us something to laugh about. So when we walk away from the live, we're feeling better, not worse. Even though this is a drain, because this is a drain, man. If you're not very careful with how you receive and handle this type of information in these types of situations, this thing will drain you emotionally. You'll be walking around carrying this on you. Okay? And we want to talk about it. We want to address it. But we want to leave here off this channel feeling a little bit better than we did before we got on. Okay? Yes. Right. Let us not forget that these young brothers, a lot of these young brothers have been to prison, and all of this stuff that they've learned and they come out espousing is because they've hooked up with somebody in prison, and they got a whole lot of time on their hand to read a whole lot of books. And a lot of the books that they are reading are not books that challenge what they think. They're just reading information of people who are constantly reinforcing what they already believe. Right? When I study an issue, I'm looking at what the people in support has to say, but I'm also looking at what the dissenters have to say as well, because even though they're dissenting doesn't mean that they don't have a good perspective or a good point of view. When I'm having to prepare for court, and I got to go into court and argue the law, I have to argue that law in a way that benefits my client. I get what the law says, but if I can't figure out how to argue that thing in a way that shows the judge that in this particular case, under these particular facts and circumstances, yes, this is what the law said, but when you apply these facts to a judge, you got to see it this way. Now, my arguments don't always work, but many times they do, giving the judge a different perspective on how to interpret what you read. Okay. And one reason why it's so easy for these brothers to come into our community and sell us all of this foolishness is because we don't read. Stephen Bell, take your polite, supporting, no good, trashy tail off my page. Don't come over here with that foolishness because I'm talking about your man. If you support this low down, dirty dog, then you need to be exactly where he is on his way. And that's under a jail. Somebody needs to take you and force your head somewhere. Don't come over here with that ignorant crap. Y'all ain't gonna make me cuss on no Sunday, but I'm gonna tell you what your uneducated, ignorant ass can do. You can get up off my page and go somewhere else now. Don't come over here with that. I don't have a problem. I say it all the time. You don't have to agree with me. Fine, disagree, but don't come over here with no foolishness. God bless you. Thank you so much, Real Spill. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Okay. Hey, Nosy. Stephen Bell, tell me how am I taking him down? Was he not arrested? Was he not arrested? Are we talking about something that doesn't exist? Because if it's all made up and he wasn't arrested and everybody is talking about something that doesn't exist, then I'm with you, brother. Go right head on. Hey. But did he get arrested? Was he not charged with sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl? Do I not have the right to ask the question, why was he in a hotel with the girl? When I was down there at Alcorn State University and they was educating me about political science, you know what they taught me how to do, sir? Think. You know what else they taught me how to do? Think for myself. You know what else they taught me how to do? Critically think. Look at the facts and ask yourself simple questions about the facts of what you hear. As it relates to brothers in prison, not all black men are in prison, of course not. But there are individuals in prison, and just like there are Christians in there that help convert individuals, there are also Muslims in there that help convert individuals. Malcolm X came out of prison a Muslim. also Hotep conscious community brothers in prison that are tapping into these young brothers coming in here, and they're feeding them their information as well. And when you are in prison, you do have time to read because you ain't doing nothing else. You ain't getting up going to no job. You ain't getting paid. You ain't got no children. You got to babysit. You ain't got no house you got to clean. You may have jobs in prison that you have to do, but you got a whole lot of time of doing nothing. So what do guys do? They work out. They play sports. They play games. They read. Cutie Butterfly, it's a setup. It's a setup. It's a setup by who? Okay, it's late in the morning now. Folks is up and they coming in. Who set them up? God have mercy. Who set him up? Somebody gave him some alcohol that he didn't know was alcohol, and somehow, because he didn't know it was alcohol, he gave it to the 14-year-old. Who set him up? Somebody told him to go to the hotel that he took the 14-year-old girl to, right? They had a room and he was going in there for a party. He didn't know what nobody gonna be in there but him and the 14-year-old girl, right? Oh, the 14-year-old girl set him up. She the one got the hotel room. How he get the key to get in the room? Boom boy, who pulled his pants down? Oh my God. I am not JC, a member of the National Bar Association. Although my friend just became the president, I guess I better join. It's hard to say this, my dude, and he really is. So I probably need to join. His first mistake was taking the girl without her mom. That's all I'm saying, my brother. He's so wise. He can see through so much. Remember, he can see through all of the schemes and the plans and the conspiracy because he got that type of insight, right? He's self-aware and he's so in tune with the universe that he can see. And you telling me he couldn't see the setup? I ain't going nowhere with your daughter by myself. If we ain't going together, we ain't going. He can't see the setup. The only thing the black woman eyes doing is holding him accountable. Something his followers don't do because y'all so concerned about protecting his image. Dude is an anti-fraud. Google is free. What you say? Aya, what you say? That part right there. You can't fix stupid. I'm just saying, I don't have no problem if you want to come over here and disagree, but let's have a disagreement about the facts that we know. Because remember what I said early when we started. Polight gave a statement to the police. Polight gave, this is him, this right here, he gave a statement to the police. What's not included in that statement is that he was not with that 14-year-old child in a hotel room. And it is my hope that you no good sons of guns that's over here supporting this dude, it is my hope that y'all don't have children. Because if you all do, then it's obvious that you all would allow them to be in situations that would be harmful to them. If it's okay for him to take a 14-year-old girl away from the hotel where her mama is, take her to a whole nother hotel where ain't nobody in the room but him and her, and that's okay, then it got to be okay for your children too. And I know y'all ain't saying that. I know you're not. I know you're not saying that. May. Where you go, May? You said it. 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 We do the exact same thing. I've been saying it all along today, May. We do the exact same thing in the church. We tell our parents that it's going to be okay and we're going to pray, but don't call the police. And if the police is called, then we turn and attack the parent or the child, saying it's their fault. You taking down a good man, Savannah. That's a good man. You attacking a good man, a godly man. God ain't pleased. You're gossiping. You judging. You doing it. God ain't pleased. You ain't gonna be blessed. Take it. Touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. We quote all of these scriptures to support somebody doing wrong. Now the child on their way to hell because they told you that the bishop didn't put his hands down up at. She got to go to hell because she told him. I can't believe, bitch, we been in this church. That's your problem. You've been in there too doggone long till you then went to sleep and allowing this, ooh. Let me stop. Y'all ain't gonna make me cuss on Sunday. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. Look at here. Look at what this sister said. One day at a time. Brother Polight was canceled long ago for me when I ordered books from him in 2013, and they were never shipped and never responded to by my PayPal report. What you say? I ordered a product from one of these knowledgeable brothers. It wasn't polite. Wasn't polite. Digital product, and it took me 2 weeks to get it. Took me 2 weeks to get it, and he had a system set up for me to contact if there was any question about my purchase, and they never responded. I finally, I can't remember now if I sent him a direct email. I don't think I sent him a direct email. I think I sent him a direct email. I did send him a direct email, but I think I posted something in a comment on one of his videos. And he then responded. And he was very upset with me that I would attack his professionalism and things of that nature. And my response to him was this. You are the one who holds yourself out to be a professional. You are the one who are telling other African American businesses that we need to support each other. But when our people come to us, provide them with good service. You are the one. So when I come to support you, a black man, with my black dollar, I'm expecting you to be professional and provide the services you say you have. Period. And if you are not going to do that, run your business the way you teach about a business being ran, then don't run the business. Now, I was able to finally receive my digital product, and he told me he was going to refund my money for my inconvenience. I didn't ask him for a refund. I just asked for the product. And don't get mad if you cannot produce the product in the way that you said you could and somebody calls you out on it. Just acknowledge, hey, sister, I'm sorry. I apologize for the delay. I will do better with getting our systems, in play and up to running or up to par. And if you purchase from us again, I'm gonna do everything I know how to do to make sure your experience is better and keep it pushing. Apologize for the error, for the mistake, for whatever it is, and keep it pushing. Don't come back and jump on me and try to attack me and make it be my fault because you didn't live up to your end of the bargain. I sent you the money. It is now then your responsibility to send me the product and send it to me in a timely manner. It's digital. You ain't even got to mail that. He didn't do it. It's a setup. Make your money though. Yeah, no postage, baby. You ain't even got to put that in the mail. It's a digital product. I send you my money. You send me a link. I click on it. I got access to my product. Come on. Your system is just not set up in the way that it needs to be to run professionally. Address it, fix it, keep it moving. But don't turn around and try to make me be the negative one, the bad one, because I called you out on it. I'm the one having to chase you down for my product. It's amazing to me how we are so quick to want to blame everybody else for why we couldn't get our stuff together. Thank you, Greg. I sure try. I promise you, when I come on, I try. You never know who you might meet. Correcting our behavior is loving ourselves. Well, if I tell y'all who it was, I promise y'all gonna go off. but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But y'all would understand what I'm talking about if I told you who I was talking about. He knows so much about finance, Lord Jesus. And he runs with Jay Mars. All right, guys. He's been arrested, but he hasn't been indicted yet. And that's why I say when I was asked earlier, they asked me what did I think would happen to him legally, and I'm saying right now it's hard to say because it's a long time between now and when we get to the final destination because, one thing that attorneys do is try to make charges go away. So we look for ways at getting them dismissed, technically through some error of the police or asking the mama, what do you want? Or better yet, how much do you want? Okay. But with the way it's getting this hot and heavy news, I don't know. I don't know. Right now, it looks like Polight is locked in to some trouble coming his way. But we shall see. Thank you, Marcia. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, Eberly Gad, Polight is a social influencer. Yes, we talked about who he was. at the beginning of the show, so that if we had individuals who didn't know who he was, you would know who this guy was and why we were talking about him. Um, yeah. When these men that come from nothing get money and a little power, they think they above the law and God Almighty. And it takes God to bring them down. And unfortunately for us, we just have to sit and be patient and let God do it in his own timing and in his own way. I tell you, I would have much rather him face the error of his ways based off of the scams that he's done on people than this. But when you sit there and tell one of Malachi York's victims that if this same man had molested over 100 children, he would still worship him as his God and as his father. Polight knows it was planted from the moment. Now, didn't I tell y'all that? Didn't I tell y'all that was gonna come up? Didn't I tell y'all that was gonna be one of his defenses? It was planted. The DNA was planted. Then why was Brother Polight in that hotel room with that 14-year-old girl? Why did he go to a hotel room separate, not only from the mama, but from where everybody else was? Everybody was at the same hotel. Matthew Young. Thank you. Baby Dr. York. I just don't understand why you all won't answer that question. If you can't get a reasonable response to that simple, direct question, there's a problem. Everybody's over here. Everybody over here. You over here. With the 14-year-old girl. Not with the mama. You ain't take the mama, leave the girl over there and take the mama. Y'all steal away to get a little time. You stole away with the 14-year-old child. Sincere, go back and watch the replay so you understand what I do here, okay? Mazuma is all speculation. Well, it's an allegation. It's a criminal charge. Now, how is it all going to fall out? I cannot tell you. Jesse Smollett case went away. Other people have been accused and their cases have gone away. Some people get prosecuted and they beat their case. Say anything or what he did, it was like he was used to it. Hey. Stephen, they saying we need to look at you, baby. We need to look at you. Is you still over here causing confusion? Stephen, the ancestors are not going to turn their back on me. They're going to raise up, and as a cloud of witnesses, as the scriptures speak of, they're watching over us, seeing if we're going to do what should have been done for a lot of us. Speak up and speak out against this illegal, immoral behavior. Okay? Okay? And since you believe in the ancestors, then you believe in the natural flow of nature, of the universe. And the universe teaches us that you reap what you sow. So whatever ill you are trying to speak on me, understand and don't be confused when it hits your door. Okay? Don't be confused when it hits your door. Thank you, Stephen, and goodbye. Matthew, thank you. Matthew, thank you, brother. Thank you. The ancestors punishing polite. No, Matthew. No. The ancestors are only going to punish the people who are calling this low down, dirty dog the nasty pedophile that he is. The ancestors love polite, but why he going through this then? Why is he being attacked? Mazuma 24. Who's the pale Jew that we're worshiping? Who's the pale Jew that's being worshipped? Because we're calling polite what he's been alleged. If this is true, he has been charged with committing a sexual assault against a 14-year-old girl. If those charges are found to be true, then that puts him in the category of being a pedophile. Because we are saying that, how does that get us jumped over to worshiping a pale Jew? Oh boy, please tell me, how did we get to worshiping a pale Jew? Because we're calling this psycho out. Mm, y'all that sick. Y'all that sick. You can't believe the pale Jew. He a black leader. COINTELPRO. Oh my God. Okay. There you go, Matthew Young. There you go, Cookie 2017. That's all I'm figuring out. Who's the pale Jew he talking about? Because the God I worship that has no color. No. They said that his hair is like, understand that is a description that is being to the best of this guy's ability. John is doing the best he can to describe what he sees and what he understands of what he sees. Okay? But the scripture tells us that God is a spirit. If that is what he is, who he is, and what he is, he don't got no color. He don't have a form. Now, maybe he takes form if we believe the text as it is written. He takes form. He took form. He got in a body, came down and walked amongst men. You understand? But God himself, if he's a spirit, he has no color. Y'all hear me? We got you, Granny. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. So, stop it. Stop it. I'll tell you something else that's interesting too. Polight want that to be his defense, except when he told his story to the police, he didn't tell him about him and the girl having intercourse prior to him taking the 14-year-old girl to the other hotel. See, had he told, that's why I'm saying keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. Cause see, in order for the mama to be able to plant the semen, there had to be some pleasure principle somewhere around in the room in the hotel to be able to plant it. You had to get it from somewhere. But if he never mentioned about having any relations with the baby mama, then where she get it? Who that call says Polight not that important to be set up, please. In his mind, he is. In his mind, he is. But that's why you want to shut up and stop talking so much, right? But you so used to being able to talk and convince people to believe anything you say that he thought he was going to be able to spin a web with the police. And they just say, okay, all right. And went off and sent the pleasure principles off to be tested. Then when they came back, you can come on in now, sir. Thank you so much. We appreciate your kindness, your willingness. Oh, yeah. All right. Because he turned himself in, which is good. He remembered from OJ. Don't run. Oh, Tanisha, you never heard this dude. Oh my God, girl, you got to Google it. You gonna see some interesting stuff. Another 48. Listen here. Oh boy. Mazuma, I'm not addressing counter intel pro because it doesn't matter what anybody says to you guys. Y'all minds are made up in what you believe. And that's just what it is. Do I believe that at one point in time in our history, the government was running intel projects on people? I do. I do believe that. I don't have to believe it. It's facts. It happened. We know it did. But the people that the government was watching and infiltrating, placing individuals into the community to get to know certain and particular individuals. These individuals were individuals who were actually doing something for the African American community. These were individuals who were trying to build self-sufficiency among Black people. And you do have a segment of the government that's going to ensure that this country is ran by a segment of our society. All of that's true. But again, is Brother Polight the type of individual that the federal government is concerned about? Matthew Young, yes, they were those people, had influence and power. They weren't scamming their own community. Thank you. That's all I'm saying. Who is this brother to make the federal government concerned? He ain't no Malcolm X. He ain't no Dr. Martin Luther King. He ain't even no what's Star Michael? What's the man name? Y'all come on. Come on. The Black Panther. What's the guy's name? Y'all help me. Stokely Carmichael. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Fred Hampton, Huey Newton, Bobby Seale. He ain't none of these people. Stokely Carmichael. He ain't none of these folk. Polight wasn't doing nothing to benefit the black community. He only benefited himself. So the federal government is going to put a counter intel program in place for him for what? The only people he influenced was black folks to give him money that he put in his pocket and or flash. What feeding program has he created? What after-school educational program has he created? What child care program has he put in place? What nutritional program has he put in place to address the needs of low socioeconomic single-parent mothers needing educational, nutritional needs to help make sure that the babies they bear are healthy? Tell me which one of these programs got Polight's name on it? And I'm saying this to say, in response to you saying I won't respond to counter intel pro, as I don't respond to it because there's nothing to respond to. Again, I keep saying to you all, while I was down there at Alcorn State University and they were teaching me everything about political science, they taught me how to slow down and critically think using the actual facts, not opinions, not feelings, facts. You question the facts. And that's it. And the facts say what they are. It is what it is. That's all. You understand? I don't address it because it doesn't apply in this situation because Polight is not anybody that the federal government is concerned with. That's the same bullcrap that people were putting out to try to justify and support Malachi York when you got 30 children. But because they black children, nobody should be concerned or care about. Is that what y'all saying? Because these little black children, who cares? Let them do what they want to. Crickets, say something. Is it because they little black children that we're supposed to turn a blind eye and act like it don't exist and it didn't happen and this, that, or another, even though they have arrested this man? Now, does a single arrest, just because a person is arrested and charged, mean they did the offense? Of course not. But when he tells a story that puts him in the room with the little 14-year-old girl, when he admits he left the hotel with the little 14-year-old girl without a mama. Mama getting dressed. You can't wait. I know you can't. I'm gullible. Okay. Well, do me this. Riddle me this. Mazuma 24. Riddle me this, right? Riddle me this. Why did he ask the woman not to call the police? See, there are some things that as a criminal suspect, a criminal defendant, no, you don't want to speak about, you don't want to have no words to say, right? But if he didn't tell that young lady, don't call the police, you could at least deny that. Let me tell y'all this. Although I can't speak on the totality of the facts of the circumstances, I can tell you this without a shadow of a doubt. I did not. I never asked her and no other woman not to call the police. See, there are some things that he could have denied without affecting his ability to have a defense, whatever it may be. His career would be ruined. Exactly. Matthew Young, exactly. And thank you again for the super chat. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. T Sizzle, I don't know. I didn't know when you went in. When was you in jail, T Sizzle? I don't know. He turned himself in. When an individual has the ability to turn, because not everybody gets that option, not everybody is given that opportunity to voluntarily turn themselves in to the police. Uh, you don't get that opportunity. But if you do have the opportunity to turn yourself in, what normally happens is you're going to contact an attorney, you're going to contact the bondsman, you're going to have the bondsman meet you at the police station so that after they book you in and charge you, um, depending on where you are and how the court system works, you may or may not have to go actually in front of a judge. Sometimes they can call the judge and you can have an initial appearance done over the phone at the jail and get your bond set. And once the bond is set, you can bond out of jail. So if you have, if you're in a state or in a county or municipality, because I don't know if the county charged him or if the city charged him, but however the case may be, he may have had a set bond. Sometimes they have a set bond based on the facts of a particular case. They got a bond sheet that says if it falls here, here's what the bond is, set the bond, and boom. Other times you have to appear in front of a judge, either personally, face to face, or by phone if that's an option that's available to you. And then once the bond is set, you got the bail's bondman right there on call. You make your bond, and you're out. Well, when I was a public defender, I didn't have a choice but to represent men that were charged with this type of offense. Now I'm no longer a public defender now, and so I have, thank God, the option. And I've declined. I've declined. I've had clients that have come in to hire me and did exactly what they were charged with doing. I can't do it. Polight's going to beat this and get more clout. You'll cry. I will. I'm gonna cry for that 14-year-old young lady and any other child that will be negatively affected because of his ability to beat and get out of this charge. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. After death, The girl awoke to him having his fingers down her throat, and this is according to the police report that has been filed. Okay, these are documents. Okay, according to the report, she passed out when he attempted to force her head onto his private area to top him off. She passed out. She awakes with him with his fingers down her throat, trying to make her throw up. Once I guess he gets it thrown up or whatever or whatnot, then he collects her and they go back over to the hotel where the mom is. When the mom sees her child in the condition she's in, according to the mother, according to the report, the child's mouth was swollen, and she was obviously intoxicated. We've had one of our viewers came into the comments and said that on another live, somebody else, the mama was on and stated that the toxicology report came back, or the initial report came back showing that she was under the influence of that, had been given alcohol and drugs. Okay, so when he brought the girl back to the hotel where the mama was, she saw the condition her child was in. That's how she knew what was, something had gone on terribly wrong. And she stated that Polight asked her not to call the police or not to go to the police because it was going to ruin his career. She took her daughter to the police, to the hospital, and that's where the tests and things were conducted at that time. Absolutely, Mike McKinney. Now, listen to me and listen to me good. As an attorney, I disagree that attorneys lie well, because that's not what we do. We don't lie. We just persuade. We're able to look at a set of facts, and based on our interpretation of those facts, we're asking you to see it the way we see it. That's not a lie. I just told you. For instance, I'll use this example again. Maybe we're not here. If you all just coming in, please watch the replay when we finish. Watch the replay so you can get all of it, okay? But check this out. I'm going to give you an example of what I mean, Mike McKinney. We calling the place where Polight took the girl before he took her to the hotel was a club. We're calling it a club. That's what we're saying. It's a club. This establishment is a place where you can go in and order food. It has a bar and it has a dance floor. It could be perceived or interpreted as being a bar and grill, a bar and lounge, where, because it's open to the public, where you can come in and sit down and order something to eat, whether you're drinking or dancing or not, and technically it's not a club, a 14-year-old would be allowed in this establishment, especially if she's in there with parents. Right? So once we explain that way, once we unravel the facts and help you understand, to take it out of your mind and seeing a club as we perceive a club to be, and you see it more as a restaurant style place where you can dance, well, it's not so bad, is it? But that's not a lie. That's the ability to put forth facts in a manner and in a way that causes an individual to rethink what they initially thought about the facts that they initially received. That's what lawyers do. And if you got a good one, Mike, then yeah, Mike McKinney, if you got a good one, then yeah. Does it mean that the client is not guilty? Absolutely not. See, guilt and innocent is not what's at play when you walk into a courtroom. That's not what it's about. I know that's what we say. That's what we sell. That's the scales of justice and the woman is blind. That's a bunch of BS. Let's just be real. When you go into a courtroom, the person who walks out victorious is the one who is able to get the 12 people in the box to believe their side of the story. Whether that side of the story was the truth or lie? Do people come into court, swear under oath, and sit there and lie through their teeth? Their teeth, their nose, their eyeballs, their ears, and any other open orifices they have. Yes, people come into court, put their hands up, swear or affirm or whatever, and just flat out lie. But if that lie is believable, that's what it is. However, I still go back to asking questions about the simple fact, because no matter how I spin things as it relates to the restaurant, the lounge, the bar, or club, when you finish with all of that, how about why you in the hotel room with that 14-year-old girl by yourself? How does a 14-year-old girl come up out that hotel room with you and her drunk? Hoppo, where the mama had time to plant the present principles? Because when you brought the baby back, she immediately got the baby and took her took her. She didn't wait. Hey, listen now. Based on the information that I've received, she did not wait a day or two to take the child to the police and to the hospital. If she had waited a day or two, there's a good possible chance there would have been no pleasure principles found. Or they definitely would have been contaminated. In this case, anyway, I know the pleasure principle didn't get contaminated for Monica Lewinsky hanging on to her dress for as long as she did, and still was able to find some pleasure principles. But you know, for black girls, now you want to talk about a conspiracy? That's a conspiracy for you right there. Not that he did it, but there's usually no repercussion for men who violate black girls. Breeze the Braveheart says she took the child right away. She took the child right away. Well, Quentin Quincy, they said the club was closed. That's what he say now. And my understanding that is a version of facts that he said the club was closed. At least it's in the reports that the club was closed. And again, club closed, so we ain't going out. We ain't going out. So where do you go with a 14-year-old girl? Back to the hotel with her mama. That's what you do. Take her home. Mike McKinney. Polight got a drunk, punched her in the lips, and discharged in her mouth. Death penalty. I ain't messing with you, Mike McKinney. That's his line story, Quincy. I feel like this is just a distraction for us. Many rich, sick take advantage of kids. Nothing new under the sun. What laws are the police and government passing as we stay dumbed down to this story? Josh Henry, I hear you. Mazuma 24, I was gonna let you hang in here because you hadn't really gone crazy too much, but you just gonna keep going. So I'm gonna excuse you, okay? Thank you so much for your time over here while you was with us. I appreciate you coming, participating and all, but enough is enough, brother. You don't like what we're saying, so don't stay over here. Go on Polight's page. Go over to Polight and continue to hear the foolishness he's espousing that you want to be a part of. If you support this brother and continue to support him, roll with it. But don't come over here and be a hater because we calling your dude out. I mean, are y'all chasing down little girls together? What is the deal, brother? And let me ask you something, because you said that I wouldn't respond. Why, if you want, I'm gonna leave you in here long enough for you to tell me why was he at the other hotel with the 14-year-old child? And tell me, and like I said, when did the mama have time to plant the pleasure principles? He brings the child from the hotel back over to the hotel where the mama is. She sees the condition her child is in and said, oh, hell no. And take her baby to the police, to the hospital, and to the police. Tell me when she had time to put the pleasure principles on her baby. Why her mouth swole? Oh, it was an allergic reaction to the alcohol and the drugs he gave. Allegedly, he gave her alcohol and drugs. All of this is allegedly, because I have not talked to any of these individuals, but this is what's in the police report that is out for people to see. The news report and what the story are reporting. This is what is being said occurred. What Polight's response was when he was asked, and what the mama's response was when she was telling the police about what this low down dirty dog did to her daughter. No, Mazuma, police do lie. Police do lie. They do. But Polight has never denied that he was in the hotel room with the 14-year-old girl. Tell me why he hadn't denied it if it ain't true. If all of this stuff is a lie, then why would he just not say, guys, it's a lie, I'm being set up? He can make that declaration and prove that he's being set up. I'm trying to figure out, why is that so hard? What's the difficulty with it? Why is it a problem, Mazumi? Why? Why won't he deny it? Answer me that, sir. Riddle me that. Angela Carter, that's what I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Mazumi, 24, don't come back in here. Don't make another comment until you come in here and tell us why he was at that hotel, at a whole nother hotel, away from that child's mama, with that child by himself. Answer me that question. And I know you don't know unless you was there. So since you don't know why he was in the room with her, stop acting like we're crazy for thinking that it's what she said it was. You act like we woke up one morning, we just woke up and decided to start telling this story that we made up on our own by ourselves. It didn't come from nowhere. You got a police report, a mama and a child. Randy Thomas Jr., he talked about everything. He was giving her stock tips. Oh! Oh, oh my God. Oh my goodness. Cherie, that was a good response he could have gave. They were in there using the Fibonacci. Oh my God. Yeah, he talked about how he taught his children, one of his daughters, to make $100,000 trading in Forex. And the only reason why I said Forex is because some of the language he was using is language that's used when you're trading in Forex. I do a little Forex trading, so um, well, where was the computer? The one thing, the reason why he can't say that is because if she put in a trade while they were in that hotel room, there's proof of that. You got records of that. She ain't got no trading account. But you got her in a room. Stop it. Don't do that. The one thing that he has not denied, the one thing he has not denied is that he took that baby away from a hotel where her mama was. Ended up with her in another hotel where nobody was but him. Okay, Mizumi. All right. She's jealous of light clout. Okay. She's jealous. She's jealous. She's jealous of a man she's in a relationship with. If she was jealous of him and didn't like him, why is she in a relationship with him? Jealous people don't usually go run off and jump in relationships with people they're jealous of. That may be a new thing that these folks is doing today. But I ain't never know that. I ain't never seen that before. I've seen fake friends, but folks are jealous of you and they act like they're your friend and they're not really your friend because they really jealous, which means they hate you, which means they hate what you're trying to do, which means they hate on you. But I ain't seen nobody get into a relationship where you are having relations, adult relations with somebody that you say you jealous of. I don't know where they do that at. I don't know where they do that at. I don't know. But let me ask you this. Let's say she is jealous of him. What they got to do with him taking her daughter to another hotel where nobody is but him and her? How does somebody who's jealous of Polight, even if she sicked the girl on him, go get him, baby? How do we get to another hotel? What does that have to do with Polight? If he wasn't a low-down dirty dog, a pedophilia dog, it don't matter what the young lady tried to throw on him, he wouldn't be interested. Right? If you are not a drinker and that ain't what you do, it don't matter how fruity the drink is that's being offered to you. It don't matter how beautiful it look when being offered to you. If alcohol is not what you do, you are not going to receive the drink just because somebody's offering it. If you don't do little children, that ain't what you do. Amani, he's saying, I'm jealous of Polight. How? Why? If I was jealous of Polight, then every single thing that this man has ever done, I would have done a video on him about it. I haven't done one video on Polight that I can remember. What am I jealous of him of? What? I mean, seriously. What? He got money, I do too. And now what? Now what? He buying Fendi clothes and Rolls Royces. That's wonderful. I'm buying rental property and houses. Things that are assets and appreciate and value and give me an ROI. All of these things that he is teaching, that he calls himself trying to teach you all to have, but he ain't doing it for himself. Tell me what rental property that Polight owns. Because by now, with all the money that he said he got, and he riding in Rolls Royces and Fendi shoes and this, that, or another, tell me where's his apartment complexes that he owns? Where are the businesses? I mean, legitimate, real businesses. How about art that appreciates and value? That part. I mean, what am I jealous of? The fact that people, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. What helped me understand truly and start seeing things a little different. As this attorney that was, before he retired here, he ended up making a whole lot of money on suing the tobacco company, industry, a company, somebody. They sued tobacco folks. The state did. He was one of the attorneys brought in by the state to help the state, represent the state against the tobacco industry. And the state wanted buku money, billions. And he ended up with a lot of hundreds of millions in attorney fees out of that. I'm telling this business, and it's all hearsay. I mean, allegedly, because I don't know this man, what's in this man's pocket. I just know that from time to time, when he feels like it, he goes over to China and lives for 3 to 6 months at a time. That's all I know. I know he had a house in Key West, here in Mississippi. He had an apartment in Jackson at one point in time. I mean, you name it, he had it. Okay? Wealthy, just to say this. Guy was wealthy. Took me to a NBA game up here, the Memphis Grizzlies game one time. And we were sitting down by the court, and this white guy, older white guy, came over to the scoreboard. He's walking on the floor, came over to the scoreboard. And Mr. McTeer said, hey, you know that guy? And I'm like, nope. Should I know? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, why should I know him? He's older white guy. He's in raggedy jeans, a t-shirt, and regular tennis shoes. Ain't nothing special about this dude. He said, you remember the movie The Blind Side? I said, yeah, I do. He said, okay. You remember the white couple that took in Orr, the football guy, the black guy? I said, yeah. He says, that's the guy. That guy, right? That guy, yeah. The multi-millionaire, yeah. The guy that owns every Taco Bell just about in the state of Mississippi, yeah. That guy, yeah. But he don't look like he no millionaire. He said, that's the point. That's why I'm pointing him out to you, because I want you to see as you're, coming into your own and building your practice, and money is going to be coming. I want you to see and understand. See, people that got money know they got it. So they don't have to wear it. They don't have to wear it. It's only poor people who don't have money, who want people to know they got it. So when they get a little bit, they got to show everybody. And it's why they end up broke later on down the line. And then the other people, real, true, wealthy people, their wealth turns over from generation to generation to generation to generation. Because they ain't trying to show the world what they got. They trying to show their lineage their children and their grandchildren how to take what they are leaving them, multiply and grow it for the next generation to come behind them, and the next generation to come behind them, and the next generation to come behind them. And while we are simply teaching our folks how to get burial insurance and wondering why we staying poor and broke down in our community. See, Polight want to be seen. He got to show the folks that he got the money. But if he was really wealthy in his mind, had a wealth concept, he would be spending that money on investment properties and other things, other types of investment. I know he says he's in the stock market and he can go in and pull out money anytime he wants to, and good people that know how to run the stock market can do that. And I'm not saying that he ain't doing that. But what I am saying is, how are you teaching your community to benefit from the information that you have and what you've learned? Because I ain't heard nobody, I've yet to see a video from anybody telling me that they became a millionaire because of Polight. Mizumi, since you follow him and this brother is the end all to be all, then tell me what you invest in your millions in. Because surely Polight has taught you how to replicate the $1 million he made. What you investing in, brother? Let's talk about it. Oh, you sure are paid. If you was paid, brother, go somewhere. Go somewhere. Go somewhere. Go somewhere. I gave you a chance, Mizumi. Got to get out of here, baby. Apollo, I have no problems with it, baby. No problem with it. I believe in it too. And that's why I said I cannot say what's going to happen to him legally, because it very well could be that nothing is done to Polight. Nothing is done to him. People that are charged with very heinous crimes, murder, rape, torture, you name it, get arrested, get charged, get released on bond, and you never hear anything else about it ever again. And the very thing could occur in this situation. We can know he did it, but it doesn't mean he's going to be brought to accountability by the law. The only thing we can do is wait and see. But I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. I do believe that if we as a community make it known that we do not support this brother and this type of negative, no good behavior, it will give the child and the parent, the mama, the strength to stand. But if she feels like the world is going to support him and throw them under the bus, she may feel like the best thing for her to do is to get what she can get out of it and go on by her way with her child. If it's going to be more traumatizing for her baby, it might be better to just take the loot and run. And that happens a lot too. Okay? But PPP law officers are looking for, for the way I tell people all the time, I don't have a problem to support who you want to support. But if we're going to have an intelligent dialogue, let's respond to each other, intelligently. Once he realized he didn't have a response because he doesn't have one, how in the world can he have a response when his leader don't have one? Because everything goes back to that one focused question. What in the world is this grown hotel ninja doing in a hotel room with a 14-year-old child, and their mama, the girl mama's at a whole nother hotel. Everybody else that was with them was at a whole nother hotel. If you were not doing anything nefarious, you could have did it at the same hotel where the child mama was and everybody else was. Miss Chocolate said the pleasure principles was verified. Well, there it is. Well, there it is. Well, there it is. Randy Thomas Jr. and the who that was yeah, Randy. It's confirmed. So if that DNA is come back and it's his, oh brother. They found Apollo. They found Nicole blood. It was either Nicole's or the other young boy blood at OJ's. And I addressed that earlier by saying, of course, we said, OJ's defense is that was planted. And my response was, okay. So now the police who didn't know that Nicole was going to be stabbed to death on that day and sure didn't know that the young man, the Goldman guy that was from the restaurant, was going to end up at her house, because who knew she was going to leave her sunglasses. But they had to know all of this was going to happen on that day, at that time, and that OJ was going to be out of pocket on that day and at that time, to know that they could go into his house, plant the drops of blood, and get out. Come on, guys. Come on. Yes. Teach. The police just messed up. They messed up. And they mess up a lot. They mess up a lot. They mess up a lot, guys. And what attorneys do, good ones, who represent our clients, when we see that the police is messed up, yes, we take advantage of that mess up and use it to benefit our client. That's why I say, I ain't saying nothing gonna happen to Polight, but it don't change the fact that he ain't have no business at that hotel with that 14-year-old girl. You can't get around that. If he was at the same hotel and he was in the room and the girlfriend was in the bathroom and he was gonna try to hit it a little quick, get something in real quick, I could see him saying, hey, she come on to me, man. You could come up with a whole lot of explanations, a whole lot of stuff to try to cover yourself. But you have reduced significantly the amount of BS that you can spend by taking that girl out of that hotel and taking her to a whole nother hotel where her mama ain't and nobody else that's with y'all is. The only two people in the hotel is you and her. Can't get around that, baby. So the best thing for Polight to do is not to go to trial. So that means some other stuff is going to have to go down. Some stuff going to have to happen. Some offers are going to be made. And one of them might be, what do you want? Okay? All right, guys. I've had a wonderful time. Thank y'all so much for coming in. And, man, don't come here with this BS, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, Cat. Don't do that. Don't do that, Cat. We're not selling that kind of stuff in here. That's not what we do. I stopped talking to him. You know, sometimes I be thinking, oh, with a stop sign. I know you right, Tanja. I know you right. Sometimes I be trying to talk to him because just because somebody is a supporter doesn't mean that they are sold out supporter. So they sold to the individual, you know. Because I supported and I liked Jamal Bryant. I really did. But when his business spilled out and it was dirty and he around here lying and misleading folks and taking advantage of women and this, that, or another, just because I liked him didn't mean that I wasn't gonna correct him. I stepped up to the plate and I told y'all, no, no, no. You single, do what you want to do, but don't use your position as a pastor as an excuse and as a covering to justify the wrong that you're doing. You just out here being a low down dirty dog. That's it. Not a nasty dog, but a dirty one. Cause you over here got this woman thinking that she the only one. And you done flew over here to another state and got this one over here thinking she the only one. The Black Angel. And I was feeling pretty good. He cleaned up his act. And then I saw Jay Morrison. And I'm like, nah, mm-mm, mm-mm. Listen, I watched him. I watched him early on a few years ago. Um, uh, Lord have mercy. Real said Polight will have a new gated community soon. um, I it's just a sad situation all the way around, right? Anytime that you become comfortable enough to think that it's okay and that somehow you can justify hurting a child, y'all, and then folks gonna justify it, hurting a child. My folks would say if he didn't do it, he still should go to jail because you're too stupid to be out here in the public if you're dumb enough to find yourself in a hotel room with a 14-year-old child and ain't nobody in the room but you. And you done took that child from the hotel where her mama is and took her way over here to another hotel where it's just the two of y'all. If you didn't do nothing, you still should go to jail for being just that dumb. Because don't know, it's hard for anybody to believe that something didn't happen or at the very least you didn't go there to try to make something happen. Because otherwise, it don't make no sense. Apollo, I got one. I have a son. And I'm just telling y'all, without question, I don't have to hesitate about it. I don't have to hesitate about it. I'm going to be at the jail or the courthouse begging, pleading with the judge. Please give him bail. Please let him out. Please. I'm going to be doing that if the police get to him or her before I do. Please let them out. Man, Attorney T, why is you gonna be begging to let them let out somebody that violated your child? Because I don't have to worry about what might happen, what the police may mess up. I'm gonna take care of it. Apollo, I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm just saying, why is you at the hotel room with the 14-year-old child by yourself and her mama at another hotel? If somebody could answer me that riddle. Brother Apollo, Brother Apollo, listen to me. I'm gonna give you this and say you are correct. I'm not trying to go on a witch hunt. Okay, I'm here giving my opinion. My opinion is he did it. That's my opinion. Okay. There are other members of the congregation and of the jury who are in here who said that the DNA came back positive for Brother Polight. I don't know that. I did not read that. But I'm saying that that's what some other individuals who are here, viewers that have commented in the comment section, said that. So I have to say allegedly because I haven't seen it. I haven't read it. I haven't seen that. But we have some other viewers who have been in the comments that have said that the DNA that came back positive for Polight, and that's why they arrested him, because of the positive DNA. The pleasure principles that was found on 6 different places on this body, on this baby. Now, so this is my opinion. You came over here to a commentator, a YouTube commentator's page, who is telling you about what she thinks about this situation involving Polight. This is not we are not a real jury over here, right? This is not a real courtroom over here, right? So when you come over here, you're coming over here getting the opinions of people who are basing their opinions based on the information that has been put out into the public sphere. His response helps me form and base my opinion of me believing that he did it. No, it doesn't belong in a court of law. That's why I'm not in a court of law. I'm here on my YouTube channel giving my opinion. And if it is something that you cannot handle, you can leave, Apollo. Okay? Because what you're not going to do is come over here and act like we're in the wrong place. You are in the wrong place. Okay? And it's just a slick way for you to throw your support behind this dude that's a low down, scamming, scheming, no good individual for the black community. And you're trying to couch it in this other form. And if you don't stop, I'm going to boot you out like I booted out everybody else. Abagad, thank you for coming, but you could be excused too. I'm not playing with y'all because what y'all not gonna do is come over here and act like somebody is wrong for this situation. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of y'all coming over here acting like it's okay for a black man to mistreat a black woman, and then you guys want to support that foolishness. I don't, I'm not, I don't, and I'm not. Not over here. You can take that shit to Polight's page. Don't bring that over here. If you want to support that pedophile, go over there and support him on his page. Don't come over here. Bye, Apollo. Guys, I don't even know if it's a brainwashing as much as it is birds of a feather flock together, right? Because unless you support this type of behavior, there's no way you could be supporting this type of behavior. And everybody that's coming here trying to support this burnt match is not responding or answering the question as to why this grown tail man is in a separate hotel room with this 14-year-old child. Answer that. And if you're not going to answer that, don't come over here. Now, we've had a great time this morning. I hope y'all have enjoyed yourselves. We've talked the talk. We've addressed the facts. We've talked about his possible defenses. But I think when the rubber meets the road, unless there's, if the good lawyering comes in and make this thing go away, then it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. But based on the statements that have been made to the police, I asked the simple questions. And all I want to know is, whatever he was doing, if you say that you're taking her to get her something to eat, why not take her downstairs? I'm sure y'all in a hotel that got a restaurant in it. There's one set of facts that say that the other parties of the group were downstairs waiting on them to come down so that they could go to dinner. And if the mama is getting ready to go to dinner, right? I don't understand how you can't wait. I get that her, the mama, and the daughter may be having a little tiff, as mothers and their teenage daughters do. But to the whole point where you had to just take her away from the hotel, y'all gonna go get something to eat separate, and mama ain't gonna eat at all? When's she gonna eat? Man. And listen, let me tell y'all something. This ain't nothing new. All of us as single parents have to have a watchful eye if we're bringing men around our children, our daughters. And before you bring one around your daughter, know that you know what you're bringing in your house. Know that you know what you're bringing in your house. It is our responsibility to protect our children, guys. We're the parents. At the end of the day, we're the parents. And could it happen to anybody? Yes, it can, because you just got you got some devils out here that is good at what they do. Good. I'm saying daughters, but I mean children. You're right, Janie Bailey. You're right. It don't matter whether it's a girl or a boy. Your children, period. Because just because it's a man don't mean that he's always going to try to make a beeline to your daughter. He may be making a beeline to your son. But we have got to protect our children. And at the end of the day, when we're going to pick somebody we know to be a liar and a scammer in our community and automatically jump to want to call the 14-year-old child a predator, the 14-year-old child is the molester of the 38-year-old grown man. "21 years of age, 1111, Miami is strictly a 21 years of age and overnight club and must have a valid ID to enter, no exceptions. Our service does not address anyone under the age of 18. Well, then there you go after death. Well, he couldn't have been taking her. He couldn't have been taking her to the club. Then he lied. he just he just, he just lied. Guys, I just wanted, I just had to. After I saw what I saw and heard what I heard, it just moved me. I've been watching this and wondering if to speak on it or not. And then when I heard what I heard today on Tony TKO, I just couldn't. I just couldn't, because what we're not gonna do is continue to blame our children for the wrong that grown folks is doing to make life more palatable, and comfortable for us. Shame on us. Shame on those of you who would do that. Gonna throw this child out here to the wolves and treat her like she's the problem when we know we got a lying scammer right here. You know he's a liar. You know it. All right, fam. We're gonna let you go. Enjoy your Sunday. Have a wonderful day with you and your family. Enjoy. Give God a little praise and a little worship. Sow a little seed here or there. And if you believe in tithing, sow your tithe at the whatever institution you choose to do that with. Okay. I appreciate you guys for taking the time to come hang out with us today. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. Listen, as you go out, hit like and hit share. And if you're new to the channel, we hope you become a subscriber. We appreciate you so much. Hit that notification bell so when we go live again, you'll know we're going live. Because I am with this situation coming out with Polight. I want to talk about Jay Morrison and his relationship with the Black Angel, and is the Black Angel running along the same foul lines as Eddie Long did when he brought in Ephraim Taylor and he fleeced the people. So we're gonna talk about it. I also might do a little talk on I've been watching Marriage and what is it called? Love and Marriage Huntsville. And baby, that's interesting to me. I don't know, just me being me and how I see things. But I'm telling y'all, I see Melanie and Martell getting back together. Ain't no way. Now, I said that baby been here. That baby was problematic. But listen, guys, y'all have a wonderful day. Enjoy yourselves. Happy Sunday. I love you guys so very, very much. I appreciate your continued support. To the extent that my channel is a success, it's because of you guys. It would not be without you. So I said thank you. I appreciate all of the super stickers. I appreciate all of the super chats. And if anyone sent any donations through Cash App, I'm going to tell you in advance, thank you. I appreciate it. Every dollar y'all give me for the channel goes back into it. I am trying to get this thing called a green screen because I want to put up stuff on the thing. I know it don't make a difference. At the end of the day, you coming in to see me and hear me, but just trying to add to and give a little bit more vitality to the videos, if that makes any sense. Okay. All right, y'all. Be blessed. I love you guys so very, very much. Thank you so much. Y'all have a blessed day, okay? And as usual, I will see you guys the next time, all right? God bless everybody. Y'all take care of yourself and protect your children. Protect your children. I know these guys coming along and they smelling good. God in heaven, they smelling good. They looking good, feeling good, but they ain't no good. All right. Watch the replay if you came in late. Please, y'all, hit the like and the share button, okay? Tell somebody about the channel, invite them to come over and hear what we got to say and come hang out with us. I appreciate you all. I love y'all so much for your continued support, okay? Protect the children. At the end of the day, protect the children. And if by some chance, if this is all a lie, if by some chance this is all a lie that's been put out on Brother Polight, then it is my prayer that the ancestors would come down and sit on their chest and rock them comfortably to sleep, because it's just as foolish and ridiculous and out of bounds and out the way to lie on somebody and cause their life to crumble over a lie, especially a lie of this magnitude. That is just as unacceptable as it is if he did it. Everybody should be held accountable for the wrong that they've done, especially when that wrong is bringing detriment on somebody's life and ability to make a living. Wrong is just wrong, and we ain't gonna support none of it, okay? How about that? And Angel Bay, I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm not saying it's a lie. I just put that out there, okay? I just put that out there. I'm not saying it's a lie, y'all. I just put it out there and say if, because people have lied before in these situations. People have lied before. And if for some reason it is a lie, then they will need to be held accountable for all of this negativity and backlash that this young man is facing. But I believe it ain't a lie. So protect your children. Okay? All right, y'all. God bless. We'll see y'all next time, okay? I'm going to do my best not to make so long to come back, okay? Because I really want to do it. It's going to take me a little bit, though. Give me a little bit. Give me a couple of days, because I got to find all the videos and the clips and everything, set all that stuff up in order to go live to talk about it, okay? All right, y'all. There you go, green, red pill. If he is innocent, protect him. And if he is guilty, bury him. Finish him. All right, y'all. God bless. Bye-bye. We'll see y'all soon, okay? All right. Have a good day.